item number 7 on the agenda to the front, and it will be considered immediately after we have done the minutes. So is that okay with my committee? Everybody okay with that? Thank you very much indeed. It's much appreciated. So I want to welcome the public interest. I'm apologising for the fact you haven't all got seats. It's nice to see people interested in seeing the democratic process in action. I want to introduce myself. My name is Paul Knott, and this is the first planning committee that I'm doing in the public. So please forgive me if occasionally I require assistance in where we are on the agenda. But we shall now move into item 1, which is apologies. I'm only aware of apologies from one member, and that's Councillor. I'll try and move this a bit closer. What we want to be grateful for is the fact that up until 10 minutes ago, the microphones weren't working at all, which would have been very difficult, but I'll put it right in front of you. Is that better for you, sir? No? All right, okay. Can it be turned up a bit more, or shall I just...
No, that is our terrible sound system.
I will speak as loudly as I can, then. I shall put my my best projected voice. Right, okay, we're on item 1, which is apologies. I'm aware of only one apology, which is Councillor Richard Branson. Any other?
No more, Chair. No.
There are no other apologies. So right, so we're now moving on to item 2, which is the minutes of the County Hall meeting. Can I ask somebody who was present there to propose those minutes? I see Councillor Hannaford and seconded by Councillor Mitchell. We now need to move those into the records. It's been proposed and seconded. Can we have a vote, please? Can I have a vote for those present that those move into the record? Right, that's carried. Right, okay. Now have the issue of declarations of interest. It has been asked that I ask the really obvious question that are there any members of the golf club on the committee? I would hope that as you are all experienced in declarations of interest, that anybody would have made that clear to us already. But I see nobody declaring an interest, so I shall move on. So our next item then is the Access to Information Act 1986, exclusion of the press and public. I see absolutely no reason why we should have press and public excluded from this meeting for any of the items on the agenda. So I recommend that we just move on. Okay, yes, okay, moving on. Right, so our first item on the agenda is planning application 211676 stroke FUL, the land northeast of 371 Topsham Road. And I'm going to ask the office to start the presentation then, please. It's,
Matt Diamond.
This is Matt. Matt, could you please make your presentation? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. This application is a change of use to a golf driving range, including construction of an 8-bay and 2-bay facility, incorporating equipment store and car park. The site is land northeast of 371 Topsham Road, adjacent to the former West of England School, now known as In Focus. The site is in the Ludwell Valley Park. This first slide just shows the location plan that was submitted with the application. The extent of the site is outlined in red with access via a private access road adjacent to In Focus going down to Topsham Road. This is an aerial view of the site showing the site as an agricultural field at present. This slide is taken from the Riverside and Ludwell Valley Parks master plan, indicating the location of the site within the Ludwell Valley Park. This photo is a photo of the existing gate providing agricultural access to the site at present, and it is the location of the proposed access to the site. This photo is of the private access road leading to the access back to Topsham Road. This photo shows the nature of the site at present as an agricultural field with an undulating topography. This photo is looking east towards the A379. This is the proposed site layout. As can be seen, the proposed development comprises a building in the south-western corner of the site with a car park immediately behind. This is the proposed floor plan of the building. And these are the proposed elevations. It is single story, primarily made from timber and composite cladding, colours to be agreed. And following initial objections raised by Devon Wildlife Trust and the RSPB, the applicant has submitted proposals for soft landscaping on the site to improve its biodiversity, which is shown on the screen at the moment. This photo is of the existing facility, showing the bays. This photo shows the means by which people using the facility measure how far they strike the golf ball. And this is a technology that I've been told has been recently installed in the existing facility and uses camera technology to measure the distance that the ball is struck. And this is a photo of the reception area of the existing facility. And this photo shows the training bay at the existing facility. As can be seen, at the existing site, netting is required around the edge of the ball strike area to prevent stray balls being hit into housing that's being constructed adjacent to the site. And this is the main reason why the golf club wishes to relocate. And this is the technology that is utilised in the existing facility. As you would have read in the report, there are no public rights of way across the site. Although it is in Ludwell Valley Park, it is privately owned with no public access. Again, as was recorded in the report, members of the public can gain access to the publicly accessible areas of the Valley Park to the northwest of the site from Wendover Way. This photo is looking towards the site. The top right shows where the photo was taken, and that can be seen from this part of the public part of Ludwell Valley Park. The proposed facility will not be seen as it is beyond the existing trees and further down the slope. This next photo, you can see part of the site. You can see in the distance where the existing buildings of In Focus are, and the proposed building will be sited just behind that tree along the boundary. And this photo is taken, as can be seen, top right corner, slightly further distance away. From this distance, it will be quite hard to see the the proposed building due to the distance and the vegetation in between. This photo is where the clearest views of the site can be gained. The proposed building will be effectively just in the middle of the photo, where the existing residential buildings can just be glimpsed between vegetation. And this is a zoomed in image of that previous photo. So the facility will be sited just on that ridge line of the site in front of those houses. So these are the concluding points. Recreation uses are acceptable in the Valley Parks in accordance with policy CP16 of the core strategy and safe policy L1 of the local plan first review. The open rural appearance of the site will remain, and the proposed building and car park will not have a significant impact on the character and local distinctiveness of the Valley Park, which is the view of your officers. Building materials are appropriate and their colours can be controlled by condition. At the moment, the existing facility is a dark grey colour, but we could seek a dark green colour if that's what members preferred. The slough landscaping proposed will enhance the biodiversity value of the site by 36.71% for habitats and 8.96% for hedges. The Council's Environmental Health Officer has not objected on any noise grounds. They don't consider it particularly loud use. And a noise impact assessment is recommended as a condition, just to be sure on that matter. The local highway authority has raised no objections in terms of access or on highways grounds. The proposal is for a high quality sporting facility for people of all ages who are members of the Golf and Country Club and Topsham Golf Academy. The site is much larger than the existing site, so there's no need for any netting, and there will be no floodlighting. So the recommendation of your officers is to approve this application subject to the conditions set out in the report, as well as the additional condition on the update sheet. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. I now invite members of the committee to direct questions, points of clarification to the officer. I remind you that these are points of clarification. So any questions, please, the officer? I'll take Michael first, please.
Mark, the rationale for this development appears to be that it is a larger site and there's no need for netting, whether there's netting required at the existing site. Is there any other change in the size of the facility, the number of people that are accommodated? And could you also inform us where the existing facility is?
The existing facility is off Exeter Road towards Topsham to the southeast. It is actually further away from the Golf and Country Club than this proposed site. And I've been told from meeting the chairman and the managers on site that effectively the existing facility, the proposed facility will be the same as the existing facility in terms of the building, the technology that's used. But of course, because it's much larger, there won't be any need for netting, and they won't require any additional flags or golfing paraphernalia. It will remain as an open space. So that's what I've been told.
Councillor Ketchum.
Oh, just a point of clarification on what the project actually involves. Am I right in thinking I've read that the plan is to, rather than leave the existing grass, is to sort of put an artificial permeable surface in to sort of presumably it helps them collect the balls. Is that right? I thought I sort of saw that.
No, that isn't the case. It doesn't form part of the application or the committee report. The proposed car park, they are proposing a material called grasscrete to have a more natural look because it allows grass to grow through it and appear green. But as far as the ball strike area is concerned, that will remain as grass.
Councillor Shavin.
Sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, just a quick question. It says not the loudest of uses. Could you clarify what that means, please? And what is the loudest of uses?
Well, for a sporting facility, it is a relatively quiet use compared to, say, stadia, which have crowds of people attending. That is the language that was used by the Environmental Health Officer. So I didn't want to misinterpret what they had said, so I used precisely the words they had said. I think from my visits to the facility, it's not particularly loud. Not many people visit it. The users tend to concentrate when they're striking the ball. There's no sort of shouting or noise such as that. So, you know, as a sporting activity, it is considered to be, and certainly what our environmental health officer considers to be, a relatively quiet sporting use.
Anyone else got any other councillors? Or you
Can I just come back on that
further point clarification on that same matter? Yeah.
on the same matter? So the houses that are nearby, will they be able to hear the ball striking? Is kind of what I'm trying to get at. Thank you.
Having spoken to the environmental health officer, the ball strike area is obviously contained in the building, with the building facing away from the houses. So the building in itself provides a form of soundproofing mitigation for striking the golf ball. I can't tell you exactly how loud it is to strike a golf ball. I don't have that expertise, and I'm sure that varies quite a bit depending on who's hitting it. But there have been no noise complaints, according to environmental health, from the existing facility. So in these cases, you know, going by the existing facility or other examples of where this activity takes place is a good judgment. So there have been no noise complaints from the houses adjacent to the existing facility. And you have seen from the committee report that we are playing it safe, if you like. We have conditioned a noise impact assessment anyway, so that if additional soundproofing is deemed necessary, it can be added to the construction of the building. So I think we're pretty safe as far as residential amenity is concerned.
Thank you. Councillor Hannaford.
Thank you, Chair. It's just really to explore the realism of the netting issue, and obviously through the report there are references to the fact that the site's being open and it's not having netting, and as the leader of the council know, we've had experience of this before in Kinnerton Way, where a mugger went in and balls kept going everywhere, and then we had to put netting in and all this sort of thing. So you put sporting facilities in, and then other things happen. So, you know, obviously you've had the assurance it's not going to be put in, but how realistic is that? And secondly, Chair, should nets go in on this site at some point because of problems with the neighbouring properties, how safe will those nets be in terms of bats and birds in getting caught in those nets?
So I'm not a golfer. I don't know how realistic it is personally, but that is what I've been told, and I've been given very clear assurances from the chairman of the golf club and the manager that no netting is required. And I can confirm that the existing site is clearly larger than the proposed site is clearly larger than the existing site, and clearly the building is angled away from the houses and towards close behind the building, and obviously the in focus buildings are to one side but angled away, whereas at the existing facility housing is coming up to the edges of the site and it is much smaller. What I can tell you as a planner is that this application doesn't include netting, and that they will need planning permission if they ever wanted to install netting. And given its location in the Valley Park, it is potentially unlikely that that would ever be granted permission anyway, but I'm told that it's not needed, so it isn't an issue. And I don't think really commenting on how safe it is in terms of bats is particularly relevant to this application, because it's not included as part of it.
If I could just draw members' attention to the documents that we have received, it is mentioned in there that first of all that the range is going to be 250 as opposed to a small range, and that there is going to be a requirement for range balls to be used. So these have a much a completely different trajectory and distance. They are effectively short distance, or will travel a much further distance. Councillor Wardle.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think as some members of this committee that will be aware, this site has been the subject of controversy in the past, and indeed it was strongly opposed by local residents when there were applications in the past. Sorry, strongly opposed by residents in the past when there were applications for housing on this site.
I'm sorry, Councillor, I'm going to stop you there. This is a completely different application. Can you please explain as a technical question to the officer
Yes.
what your point of clarification
A
is?
point of clarification, therefore, and forgive me because I'm new to this committee, not the application is by the Exeter Golf and Country Club. Do I deduce from that they now own the land?
I don't know who owns the land. It's not relevant, particularly in terms of assessing this application.
Well, I don't think, give, hold on.
Anybody can make a planning application on any land as long as they have the landowner's permission to make that application. So again, it's not relevant to the matter that we're considering, which is at the moment we're on points of clarification on the officer's report. Are there any further questions relating to the report? Okay, so for standing order 44, isn't it? Yes, so that's Councillor Begley, yeah? Councillor Begley, could you please approach?
Hello. Could I just start by passing these around on behalf of one of my residents who wanted you to see both sides of a map of the area relating to Sangs. Thank you. Okay. Hello, everybody. I've been asked to speak on behalf of the residents of Southbrook Estate, which borders the field in question. As I've only represented the Priory Ward for 3 weeks, I have been assisted by the Southbrook Community Association and the campaign group with this task. Since 1962, there have been around 10 attempts to develop this site, and applications have failed, either in front of the Planning Committee or by the Planning Inspector. The latest one was in 2018, when the planning inspector said the field was, quote, within the Ludwell character zone and, quote, forms an integral part of the Ludwell Valley Park. More recently, Jill Day, Principal Project Manager for City Development, confirmed to residents that, quote, whilst Site 53 isn't within the area that is managed by Devon Wildlife Trust, I can confirm that it remains within the Valley Park designation in the statutory development plan. Residents are concerned that a change of use from agriculture to a golfing facility might in future change it from a greenfield to a brownfield site and make it more vulnerable to development, especially with current politicians saying that going back to targets for housing and building on Greenbelt may happen. This concern was shared by the RSPB in their submission. Although the golf club's intentions may be honourable, their current site is likely to be a housing development once they move out. Should approval for these plans be granted, is it possible to put in a caveat preventing future housing development? The Southbrook Residents Association have decided to support the views of the experts, Devon Wildlife Trust, the managers of Ludwell Valley Park, when considering if the plans will affect Ludwell Valley Park and its wildlife. Devon Wildlife Trust have sent 2 letters of objection stating they consider the proposals do not provide sufficient evidence to satisfy the requirements relating to biodiversity. They add, the application is located within the Valley Park designated landscape. This is a crucial area of wildlife-rich green space within the city, much of which is publicly accessible and managed for people and wildlife. There have been nearly 350 letters of objection to the plans, many from people who come to the park for recreation and are not residents. There are other issues within the plans that residents have objected to or are causing them concern. Most of these have been identified by other groups or organisations. Lighting. Residents are relieved that revised plans have removed course lighting so that it will operate in daylight hours only in the winter. However, there is no mention in the plans as to what lighting is intended around the building and in the car park area and how long it will remain on. We would object to 24-hour lighting, and Devon Wildlife Trust share these views. Natural England have stated that any lighting that would cause additional illumination of hedgerows, which are important wildlife corridors, should be prevented, and we support this. The Highways Authority are seeking a well-lit cycle park, but thankfully the planning assessment deems this unnecessary, as the facility is only open in daylight hours and not many users will turn up on a bike with golf clubs. Landscaping. Whilst much of the landscaping and planning proposed will have a positive effect, the border with the properties on Tollards Road has become overgrown with brambles and undergrowth that in places is invading properties. Residents would require to be consulted as to how the border is managed. Trees that will grow tall will not be welcomed here. Also, existing mature pine trees at the top northeast corner are becoming invasive and should be removed. And apparently these are affecting the light that the properties adjacent to it can receive. Complaints have already been made by residents. Planting has already taken place between these trees of either small trees or bushes. Residents were kindly shown the existing facility in Topsham. One end of the building is clad in unsightly materials, and we feel it would be best left in natural wood if this were possible. The RSPB have commented that herbicides and fertilisers should be excluded in the ball striking zone, with management of this area being by cut-in. And just to say to members, I visited the site with some of the residents this week and saw for myself how the field in question borders meadows that form part of the Ludwell Valley Park. And this is a particularly attractive area, and I understand it supports a good deal of biodiversity, including wildflower meadows. It is understandably popular with dog walkers, and we saw people dog walking there when we visited. And chemical herbicides and fertilizers could well pose a hazard to the wildlife, flora and fauna in the area. There is also a concern that chemical drift, for example, from wind or water runoff, may pose a serious health hazard to pet dogs. So we would therefore request that it is reasonable that the whole of the site is to be free of chemicals of this sort. We are delighted we would be saved from the high netting in use in Topsham, which will not be needed. We would object to this strongly for its unsightliness and effect on bats and bird life. It is also comforting to know that, and I quote, flood lighting, netting, flags or other golfing paraphernalia are not included in the application. And finally, the original plans show that the facility would be open from 9:30, yet the planning assessment concludes with information that it is open from 6:30 a.m. when daylight allows. This is rather early to disturb the slumbers of Tollards Road residents. These words were representing the Southbrook Community Association. I've also got a submission from the campaign group. Apart from the statement on behalf of the residents, I'll now read some of the committee statements from the campaign group that was formed in 2014 to become proactive in protecting the whole of the Ludwell Valley Park, with a view to notifying users of the park, residents and visitors alike, as to any potential changes and use of any fields, including those privately owned, such as Site 53. Our campaign group also supports the concerns of Devon Wildlife Trust and the RSPB and Natural England, who by law, the golf club should have consulted on a regular basis, but this has not occurred. The campaign group note Mr. Diamond's report fails to mention the berm lighting, which is on the existing site in Topsham, halfway down the fairway. We have been advised by members of the golf club that this type of lighting is low level and would be relocated too. Hopefully the daylight opening hours will restrict the use of berm, but the need for all floodlighting in the car park or in the reception building. I cannot believe berm lighting would be considered paraphernalia, and yet there is no mention by the agent that it will be installed. Berm lighting is at ground level and basically would be less intrusive for residents. However, moths and other nocturnal insects, as well as badgers, would be disturbed, as with the protected bats. Internal lighting from the cabin would be unacceptable too. With daylight opening hours only now agreed, we hope that these problems would cease to exist. At this point, it should be noted that the Ludwell Valley Park supports a butterfly trail that would definitely suffer in the event of golf balls permitted to fly around. Should this application go ahead, the campaign group would suggest the times of operating should coincide with the government guidance on lighting up times, with the starting time no earlier than 10 a.m, ending at the latest by 9 p.m. in the summer. These times must be confirmed before any decision is made by the committee and should be applicable Monday to Saturday throughout the year. Sundays and bank holidays should be restricted to start at 10:30 and close at 4 in order for residents to enjoy their gardens. This would include the use of any machinery for ball collection or grass cutting implements. The campaign group are pleased to read that the Heritage Group are concerned about the lack of any archaeological assessment. In 2014 and again in 2017, archaeologist research was digging trenches and the use of aerial photographs. Prehistoric remains were unearthed again across the whole field. There was evidence of Bronze Age pottery, some of which was removed to Exeter Museum. The rest remains in situ. Although spoilt by continual ploughing, the excess covers a Bronze Age hut and a cremation pit, which lie close to an ancient trackway that gave passage to those working on the land-locked fields. That 1965 agreement has not been rescinded. This ancient track right-of-way was illegally blocked off in 1997 by the owners of the field. Photographs were taken to reflect the fence construction and the planting of whips planted to block the track. The campaign group wished to inquire as to the golf club's plans that incorporate the house itself, number 371 Topsham Road. It was purchased by ADP and E Farmers, brackets Anthony Martin's family, Peter, David and Elizabeth, when the field was identified for a potential housing development, in order that the entrance could be widened for access and egress onto the Topsham Road. Once the actual building was demolished, the house remains unoccupied, but frequently is used as a car park, allegedly for the Martin family. However, its use in this application remains unspecified. Presumably, it will remain, but the campaign group is concerned as to what purpose it will be used. Could it be potentially converted into a clubhouse? The campaign group are concerned too over the lack of a risk assessment on the lane adjacent to the In Focus building. Not only is the lane used by the disabled students, many are wheelchair users, but it is also the pedestrian entrance and exit for the nursing students of Plymouth University. The safety of all these students is paramount, yet this urgent issue does not figure in Mr. Diamond's report, and the amount of vehicles has been misjudged by Devon County Council Highways on results taken during lockdown. The campaign group feel there are other omissions too, both from the agent and from our case officer. No mention is made of the research into the possible trajectory of these special lightweight balls. The outcome of this research is data revealing that many land far from the fairway. No mention of left-handed golfers or the potential for disabled players to participate. With the addition of primary school children on a regular daily basis, the potential for golf balls to land even behind these learners is worrying indeed, with In Focus and residents housing close by. The grasscrete, or quote, similar, leaves too much undecided for the surface of the car park. Far too much leeway for the introduction of other surfaces. However, if grasscrete is the choice, there is a need to remove layers of soil to lay a concrete base. Only the specific netting on grass is shown. But what is not said is the need for a concrete foundation at some depth. Removal of large amounts of soil is illegal without permission. The campaign group needs to correct the statement on the report where the golf club suggests that Site 53 is closer to the golf club than their existing driving range on Exeter Road. The answer is yes, if you are a crow who flies in a straight line. What is not accounted for is the very busy dual carriageway, the A379, that separates the golf club from the field. It is an extremely fast and dangerous road with no central reservation. It would be totally impossible to try and cross with a golf bag. Mechanised transport would be required to travel along Topsham Road, which is gridlocked most of the day, via the infamous Countess Weir roundabout that is in the red AQMA zone already for air pollution. To assume that their driving range should be relocated to an agricultural field within the Ludwell Valley is totally outrageous for all the reasons stated here and in the 340 letters in opposition. Relocate they obviously must. However, the conclusion reached by the campaign group is for the golf club to return these facilities to their own land on Topsham Road. The chair of the golf club has already stated, quote, "We are the guardians of many acres of well-tended green land. So instead of spending thousands in 2021 enlarging the pond and the 18th green and fairway, with better planning, they would have even far more acres of well-tended green land on which to relocate this unnecessary driving range. Hopefully this is where the planning committee will direct the club to re-establish its driving range. Use some of their own many acres which they have and do not encroach and destroy the quiet and peaceful atmosphere of the wonderful Ludwell Valley Park." And this was submitted by Jill Barnes on behalf of the campaign group. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I now ask members of the committee if they have specific questions on the matters that you have raised for you to answer. Councillor Sheridan.
Just a quick question. May I just ask, with the field, what exactly is on the field? You say that it's adjacent to wildflower meadows, but what is on the field? Is there anything? Are there rabbits? Are there warrens? Is there anything other than grass?
I've only been able to view it from the gate because it's private land and there's no public right of way currently. So I wasn't able to see. I mean, it looks like grass and wildflowers at the moment, but
So they're all well.
it looked like it from where I stood. But as I said, I wasn't allowed to actually walk on the land and check it out with, closely.
Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair. You did raise one point there, which I'd like you to elaborate on if you can. This is about vehicle access in relation to what the county statement is about the number of vehicles, etc. Because what did concern me looking at the slide that was put on the screen was that if they're saying that it's suitable for a car and a pedestrian or a cycle to pass, my concern is when you've got vehicles moving in both directions, whether that is suitable, because clearly people are parking there already who've got rights of way down the pathway and in some way you've got no control on the people who are going to come to the golf range. They'll come when they want to come unless there's a particular booking exercise that operates there. So you're bound to get an increase in traffic, and I just wonder if that is a concern for you.
I know it was definitely a concern of the campaign group, that they were very much concerned about the safety. Regarding the parking, I know that for In Focus, there are actually bays, so it doesn't impact on the width of the road.
Any other councillors with questions for Councillor Beckley? Thank you, Councillor Beckley.
Okay, thank you.
Right, under Standing Order 19A, we will now hear from an objector and then the supporter. They're allowed to speak for a maximum of 3 minutes each. The speaker objecting is Mark Colgan. Yes, Mr. Mark Colgan, please.
Good afternoon. I'm unused to this, so bear with me. And right, I'm Mark Colgan. I'm an objector. I've never done this before, and I was a last minute stand-in, so please bear with me. Speak into it. Okay. Right. There were 5 times as many against this as were for this. Most of the against are local residents and users of Ludwell. It's a beautiful Devon Valley, very unique within Exeter. I don't know if any of you actually walk there regularly. It's fantastic. In lockdown, it was like a haven for sanity for everybody. It was packed. And this field, although it may not have a public right of way, it is part of the Valley Park and part of the view and part of the habitat. It really, all these, it shouldn't be happening. Yes, it's just a pass through. It's just grass. But long grass, by its very nature, is much better for wildlife than a mown field. If not, why are we rewilding areas? Why are we planting wildflower seeds and meadows? No mow May. Why are we doing all that if it's all right just to mow a field? The concern is that the change from agricultural land to non is one step closer to being developed for housing at a later date, which obviously they've tried to do on this land many, many times, 9 times, I believe. If in the future the golf club say this is not now suitable for us, will they then want to move somewhere else? And then this land will be not agricultural land anymore, and then all of a sudden there'll be yet another planning application for houses. Also, I'm led to believe, this information is quite new to me today, but I've tried to put it into words that I can understand, that in the 70s, this field was described as ripe for housing. Part of the field, which was then the sole access, which was off Ryden Lane, was then used, was acquired by the Department of Transport and used for the spur road to the M5. Apparently the owners, the Martins, who were the owners then and are still the owners, claimed thousands of pounds on the assumption that after the acquisition by the Department of Transport, there was no prospect of the remaining land being used for development, as the main access had been lost. In 1984, the Land Tribunal in London agreed a payment of £750,000 to the Martins, the still existing owners, for this. Part of the contract with the Department of Transport was that it would not be able to use their compensation for the same purpose. However, subsequently, they purchased the lane along the West of England School, which is now in focus, the lane they're going to use, therefore regaining access to the land again, which appears to be against the legislation and contract agreed with the Department of Transport. Therefore, I plead with the committee to take this into consideration.
Mr. Colgan, I'm very sorry. I do appreciate you are new to this as well. Yeah.
But yeah, please don't ruin our value.
I will now. Please stay with us. Stay with us. I'm now inviting members of the committee to ask you questions about the matters that you brought up. Any questions from the committee? Councillor Ketchin.
Thank you for coming and speaking to us. I've been in that seat myself and I know what it's like. Well done. Can I just ask a question? So it's probably a nice yes or no answer, but is it fair to say from your speech you're telling the committee that there is considerable local amenity in that field despite the lack of public access?
The field is part of our Valley Park. It's part of our view. If you stand in the park, you can look towards Exmouth. That field is right in. It's part of it. As soon as you put anything in there, that view is gone. It's gone forever. As soon as this land is changed in any way, it sets it all in motion for it to be gone forever. It shouldn't be spoiled. It's unique. We have nothing like this around here, and things are being built on too quickly. And this is our haven that we want to keep. And we should be able to keep it. And I know it's private land, but it's part of the park. It is part of Ludwell Valley Park, regardless if it has public access or not. It is deemed part of the park, and I saw on your maps that that is true. So it should remain part of the park.
Thank you. Any other councillors with questions, please? In that case, thank you very much indeed, Mr. Colgan. Thank you very much for your time. Right, we now have under Standing Order 19A a supporter. That is Mr. Gannon. Mr. Gannon, can you approach us, please? Good day, Mr. Gannon. You have the same constraints as the previous speaker. You have 3 minutes. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Will Gannon. I'm the chairman of Exeter Golf and Country Club. I'm not sure how much you know about the club, but it has occupied its current site in Topsham Road for over 100 years. The club is fully owned by its members and does not receive any external funding. We have 4,500 members who mainly live and work in our great city, and we employ over 100 staff. Our philosophy is that we provide sporting and leisure facilities for all our members to enjoy. And we specifically support families and have well over 1,000 junior members who have free access to golf, tennis, squash, racquetball, fitness training in our gym and swimming. The directors and committee members are all unpaid, and the sporting sections also raise and donate substantial funds to charities each year. Contrary to what some of the objectors have stated, we do not have any specific interest in property development. I joined the board back in 2008. Two of the things that the club first asked me to investigate using my experience in the construction sector was improvements to our aging infrastructure and the creation of a proper golf practice facility. Sadly, the club was unable to raise sufficient funds at that time, and my two tasks only became achievable by selling the field at Newcourt for residential development, creating a new golf practice facility in Topsham, and using the surplus funds to improve the infrastructure of the club. I'm pleased to say that after 10 years hard work, this finally came to fruition about 3 years ago when the Topsham Golf Academy was opened and the planned improvements at the main golf club commenced. Sadly, it soon became evident that the onset of residential development in the Topsham Gap was accelerating, and it seemed that a further relocation would be necessary. At that time, I was made aware of some land at Countess Weir, which might be available as an alternative site following the failed planning applications for residential development. The land was close to our existing site in Topsham Road, large enough to meet all the safety requirements, and most importantly, completely away from any conflict with housing. The club was then able to secure ownership, subject to planning, and the application is before you today. If we are allowed to move, the Topsham site will become available for much needed housing in the city, and the golf club would have found a permanent home for its golf practice facility. In my view, this will be a win-win situation for the club, the local residents, and the city, and I hope you're able to support us. Thank you very much, and I'll be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gannon. So, questions. So I'm going to go for Councillor Hannaford first.
Thank you, Chair. Could I just explore with you the point that was made by Councillor Begley in her presentation, reference the fact that you could perhaps develop this facility within your existing estate rather than purchasing or in the particular position you're in at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, that was totally impossible and impractical. I mean, our land comprises 18 golf holes. We reconfigured the course back in 2015 and 16 because of the housing that was forced upon us by Persimmon, and we had to reconfigure a lot of the course to make it safe to play with the housing that's now on our boundaries. That seems to be working, but there is no spare land for any practice facility.
Councillor Ashad.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Gannon. I don't know if you will be able to answer this question, but one of the things that Councillor Begley brought up was the grasscrete that is going to be used in the car park. Could you elaborate on that? Is what she was saying true in that we will have to remove lots and lots of soil?
No,
Thank you.
I have another hat that I wear. I'm actually a civil engineer, and I know all about things like concrete paving and things. And grasscrete is used because all you need to do is put it on the surface. You take the topsoil off, lay this concrete,
and then allow the soil and the grass to grow up through it. So it actually has some support for vehicles, but actually looks like grass. It does not require any huge base. In fact, I mean, cars actually weigh less than people. If you're designing a multi-story car park, you design it for less loading than you would an office building. So it doesn't need, so the grasscrete will not be a problem, I can assure you.
Councillor Ward. Yes, thank you, Mr. Gannon, for your presentation. You used the word permanent base for the golf course. Would you care to elaborate on what you mean by permanent?
Well, we've only ever wanted a golf facility, practice facility. It goes with the club. It helps us attract new members. It helps us train young people to play golf. We had a field which we sold and moved to Topsham. That was intending to be a permanent move. We were led to believe at that stage it would be 10 or 15 years before development would come in the Topsham Gap. It came within 2. And sadly, housing next to golf is not a happy relationship. And so we can move to this site. It's 3 times as large as where we are. It is totally impossible even for the likes of Rory McIlroy to hit a golf ball anywhere near any housing, or even the Ludwell Valley Park, which where people could go and walk and enjoy themselves. The building is so far away from anything that nobody will hear the golf balls. And we are very keen on biodiversity. We have wildlife plans going on in the golf club all the time, and we will be responsible neighbours. We will own that site, and as far as I'm concerned, we'll be there forever.
Councillor Jobson.
Thank you. Gavin, thank you for your presentation. I think when you read the letters of objection, one of the fears is that you, the golf club, not you, but the golf club are being used as a conduit effectively to turn what is currently greenfield, not right for development, into effectively brownfield. Now, I'm not asking for confidential information, but how certain are you that if this application was granted, you would have license lease to use that premises in perpetuity?
Well, we are buying a freehold. Simple as that. It's not. It's owned by somebody else at the moment. If we get our planning permission, we will buy the site. We will be the freeholders. We have absolutely no intention of building on the site. We want a golf practice facility. That's all we want. And actually, we feel we can improve that site. I mean, you've seen the increase in the percentage on biodiversity. We do that on our existing site at the moment. We're going to plant hundreds of trees, little ones. We're not going to do anything to spoil the open part of the site. We won't use any insecticides or anything. The grass will simply be cut occasionally, but a large part of the site will be effectively rewilded, because it's only the strip where the golf balls are being hit that we will use. The rest of it will stay completely open. So all I can say is absolutely no intention, and it will be in our control, not anybody else's control.
Okay, yes, please can ask for clarification on the answer you received. Yes, thank you.
You've gone into that in some detail. If there were conditions on the grant, if grant this committee does, in line with what you just said, would that be acceptable to government?
I'm not quite sure what you mean.
Well, that the site will be not used for anything other in perpetuity than a golf range.
I'm not sure that is something that I can say. I mean, I'm a chairman for the moment. I'm not going to be chairman forever, but I can quite categorically say that the golf club only wants to use this as a practice facility, not for any other purpose.
Councillor Warwick.
What listening to what the Councillor Begley said and other objectors, and reading through the report,
Obviously, there's a lot of concern amongst the community about what's going to happen, with various things. I won't list them, but what kind of community outreach have you got? How do you talk to the community so that, like in the future, if there are problems, this is granted and there are problems, what kind of community outreach do you have with the local community?
We were very proactive with this scheme. Actually, we went to see the Southbrook Residents Committee. We contacted them and asked if we could go and see them. We outlined our plans. We invited them to Topsham to come to our site. They came to our site. We explained everything. We hired the local community hall in Countess Weir and invited all the people to come and talk to us. And we're very, very happy. We went to see In Focus. We explained our situation. They accepted the fact that the amount of cars that come to and from our site will be very tiny compared to the amount of traffic that goes to their site. But we have agreed that we will contribute towards the maintenance of the access road, and they haven't objected to the shared use of it. So, we talk to people. If anybody wants to come and talk to me, they're always welcome. My door is always open.
Councillor Mitchell.
Just following up on one of the points
You're making, you talked about secure ownership when it's available. I think you clarified the point there that subject to suitable planning permission, you would then pursue and become the freeholder for the site.
Correct.
At that stage, but of course we're not party to any agreement
No.
between you and the seller as to future arrangements regarding the site and usages. In regard to the existing site, the major issue seems to be the proximity of housing and the use of netting there. Neither of those two apparently
are restricting your use. You're in fact replicating what is happening on the existing site on the new site. It's not larger, it's a similar facility, except there will be netting because there's no requirement for netting.
And because it's 3 times bigger.
The site is 3 times bigger, but the facility that you're using.
No, the facility is like for like, identical.
Identical.
It's just a shame we can't pick up the building and move it. So, but no, it's not going to take any more people.
Right. Are you the freeholder of the existing site?
Yes.
Right. Thank you.
Councillor Miller.
Thanks, Chair. You mentioned, well, the officer report mentioned there was no flood lighting. I'd be interested to hear a bit more about what the lighting plan is for the rest of the site, including the car park.
There will be, in fact, I think we've agreed, we've agreed all the conditions in advance. There's one condition which talks about no security lighting, so that, people animals walk past, no lights will come on. There'll be no fixed lighting in the car park when it starts getting dark. We will lock up and go. I think there'll be lights inside the building. If it's particularly dark, there'll be a toilet and a kitchen and things, but literally there will be no point for anybody from the golf club to be at that building or that site as soon as it starts to get dark, because nobody can use it. And we're quite happy with that. Golf is played the majority of golf is played in the summer, and that means that we've got plenty of daylight hours for that. In the winter, if it's a few hours during the day, then absolutely fine.
Councillor Ketchin.
Thank you for coming to present us. My question is, have you got evidence that the current site is causing harm? Sort of things I'm thinking of are things like ball strikes, smashed windows, a long list of complaints, possibly just to yourselves or to the police. What evidence do you have that there's a material problem with the current site in interacting with the community?
Right. There is netting at the existing site. We do have balls that leave the site because it's quite small, certainly compared to what we're hoping to go to. And it's and it's freak shots when you're a golfer. You know, we can all hit really bad shots, and they can all go high. And what we are experiencing is that very occasionally, and it's not very often, but balls go over this netting. The housing that's being built at the moment will come right up to our boundary, and we're just concerned that it may only be a few balls a week, but if they go over that net and hit a child, we feel we have a duty to try and go somewhere that's as safe as possible. And if the adoption cap had never been developed, that would be great. But of course, you know, I now know it's a different world. So, but I can guarantee on that new site that even the worst golfer, of which I'm one, will mean that no balls will go anywhere near houses. I mean, there are no houses for them to go near. Everything is facing away. And I look forward to, you know, continuing to see that lovely view, because we're not going to change it.
Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. Councillor Lights.
Can I just get a clarification? Because in Councillor Begley's speech, he said that you'd be using pesticides on the site, but you've now said you wouldn't be using insecticides. This makes a big difference in terms of how it impacts biodiversity. Can you just clarify what you'll be using on the site to manage the...
Well, I think we don't use pesticides. I mean, at our existing site in Topsham, all we do is occasionally just trim the grass so we can find the golf balls when they've been hit. But we don't use pesticides. There's no need for them. And the wildflowers that will stay. You know, I mean, the bit we're using, we will have to you know, keep in good condition. But the rest of it, you know, we're looking forward to seeing wildlife and flowers and then improvements in biodiversity. And it's just a shame that you know, I genuinely hoped we'd be made more welcome, because I think we'll make a real impact and make it all better than it is now.
Thank you, Mr. Gann. Are there any more questions from the committee? And I guess thank you very much for your time. The night will now conclude.
Thank you, Chair. So it's just now time for me just to sum up really briefly and quickly the views of your officers, but also just to clarify some of the points that have been raised in the discussion this evening on the technical planning issues. And I will be brief, I promise. So the key issues that have been raised by this application is the principle of the development, impacts on traffic and highway safety, residential amenity, and perhaps the key one in terms of the debate that we've heard today is ecology. So this is a proposal for a recreational use for people of all ages, and accords with your planning policies that are in your adopted local plan. So in particular, in relation to those policies, your officers have been clear in saying that there's no significant impact on the character and local distinctiveness of the Valley Park. Within the Valley Park, this site is technically within the designation, but it's in private ownership, and there's no right of public access into this site. In fact, the site doesn't form part of the area that's managed as a Valley Park by the Wildlife Trust. There will be significant new landscaping and planting as part of this proposal. The ecologist, the city ecologist, has confirmed that there'll be no loss of biodiversity. In fact, there'll be a significant gain in biodiversity to the extent of 37%. By the way, there's some new planning regulations which will be coming into force later this year from the government, which will require all development to demonstrate a biodiversity net gain, but of 10%. This will secure a gain of 37%. There's a couple of other points really just to clarify. There is no floodlighting as part of this proposal. If there were to be floodlighting for the golf race, that would require a new planning application that would be considered by this committee. So you would have the opportunity to consider that. Likewise, there is no proposal at this stage for any golfing paraphernalia, including the netting. And again, as the officers have made clear, should that be the case, should the netting come forward, that would require planning permission, and you would be able to consider that at the time. One final point, just to make really clear, and you'll hear me say this a lot over the next few months and years, hopefully. What's really important for you as a committee is to consider what's in front of you as the application. So issues around the future use of the current site are not part of your consideration. It should not cloud your judgment when you come to consider this application this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, unless
New to the committee, so just for a point of clarification on planning law, my last question about is there a material issue at the current site that's causing the desire to move? That, in the eyes of the law, would be irrelevant. Is that right? Is that what we're saying? Okay. I've just had a nod from Roger, who's, I think, very wise on these matters.
right, okay, so Councillor Hannaford,
You're in the debate.
I'm going to ask for. Are you starting?
Yes, thank you. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we're on still on questions. Clarification from the officer. The existing site, which is being used, was a greenfield site that is now used as a golf training range. The proposed site is a greenfield site, which is going to propose to have a golf training provision on it. So therefore, the status of both those sites are similar. From greenfield to brownfield, or whatever it's designated, what's already the existing site will have the same status as the proposed site. I know we're not interested in what's happened in other places, but in fact, I just want to clarify that if this is approved and takes place, the status of both sites will be similar.
So terms like greenfield and brownfield, they're not legal terms in the planning sense. They're terms that we use to describe character and appearance and previous use. And normally, in most cases, I would say that when we talk about a brownfield site, it's a previously used site, usually some form of built development, often industrial, often other forms of built development, hence the term brownfield. When we refer to greenfield, it usually refers to land that has not had any development or significant development. So it's not for us to kind of judge in that term where these sites fit in those very broad definitions. The key thing is that they're not legal definitions in terms of how the planning acts work, but it's something that we use to describe and the government describe to kind of differentiate, between very different kind of circumstances, really. So I can't really answer the question because it isn't kind of a relevant planning consideration.
So that's a question for the director.
Yeah, it's a clarification as well that I'm seeking. So it seems to me that a lot of this application is weighing on the fact that there is an existing site, but then basically I'm asking how much weight do we give to that? Because if it was just a proposal for this site and there wasn't an existing site, then would we have to make different arguments? Do you understand what I mean?
You hear me? Yeah, sorry. So absolutely right. So what you must consider this evening is the application that's in front of you. What's going on in the existing site is not relevant to whether you judge this proposal for this new site to be acceptable. That's all you need to think about in terms of this current application.
Thank you. So we've heard from Councillor Begley, but the ward councillors are Marina and Tony, do you want to start the debate? Have you got questions, or do we want to go straight to Rob?
Thank you. Sorry, I've put my glasses on because I can't read my notes now. So I think a lot of the questions have been answered. One thing, if the committee does decide to grant permission for this, I would like to know if we can. I have a whole list of things that I would like to have added. So the easy ones are the colour and the noise impact, which were already in there. Also, border management and opening times are other things, and also lighting. I think I'm still a little bit unclear as to how the lights are going to affect it, but I think that will be partly due to the opening times. And also, is there something we can put in there that I know we're only looking at this planning this one, but can we put in there that there is no future development apart from golf coursing things? Ian's shaking his head. Thank you.
So there are conditions for opening times and for security lighting. So the council maintains control of those elements. So there's already conditions for that.
Councillor Wardle.
Yeah.
You're passing to Councillor Hannaford.
Thank you, Chair. It's a very difficult decision because clearly, on the one hand, we have the Exeter Golf and Country Club who have gone to fundraising and charity things, and it's a very good organisation. It's bringing on the young people. It's a sports facility, and I can see the benefits of this application in terms of all of that amenity space. However, there's still the context, as other members have alluded to, about the pattern here of the freehold it's unsuitable, and then another freehold possibly, and we've had no assurance from the chair of the golf club that at some future point circumstances may change, and we could be then in the sort of golf bingo again, moving around to sites. And whether it is or isn't relevant to this particular application, and whether or not I'm allowed to say it or not, there is the fear from the local residents that this application could be used as a Trojan horse for future residential development. And I think we have to be cognizant of that. And I think you have said yourself, Mr. Collinson, just now, that actually it would make it easier to go to development should that happen in the future if we get our crystal balls out, because you're saying that, you know, it's going from a green site or undeveloped site to attacking a brownfield site where there's been some development on. So I think it's going to be a difficult decision for the committee chair to judge this on its merits alone, which we must do, but there are so many other mitigating factors in the mix, which makes it, I think, a complex decision.
I understand what you're saying, Councillor, but I will again remind the committee that what we are doing is considering the proposal in front of us. So we cannot play the game of futures. This is not a monopoly board. This is a planning committee. We are looking at what is actually in front of us. And it is on what is in front of us that I request that you consider, come to your judgment, and eventually vote upon. Any other councillors wish to contribute to the debate? Councillor Ketchin.
I was quite taken by the chairman's comments that he felt he wasn't a good golfer. I'm sure he is. I'm a councillor in Newtown St Leonards, and we have a driving range there. It's one of the public driving range there, and I don't know what constitutes a good golfer or a bad golfer, but certainly there are plenty balls that seem to escape the high nets there. I've sort of had a look at the field the field and then the public access, which is, you could call it another field, sort of just adjacent. And it's apparent to me that there's a propensity for golf balls to head in that direction. I mean, it's a very nicely laid out drawing of the site, but there's no suggestion that people can't hook and slice balls and send it in the direction of the public access. And so I kind of feel that, you know, obviously there's an element of there's two sides of the community here, both with very good points, but it's got amenity value as it stands, and it's going to have a great amenity value if it's developed. But there's an element of safety for if it is developed for the access in the field adjacent. It doesn't seem to have been addressed, and just sort of having in mind my experience up in Newtown with the golf balls that I regularly pick up whenever we walk around the car park there, which is sort of about 45 degrees off the line of sight. It does raise considerable alarm bells to me as a safety issue in the adjoining public access.
Thank you, Councillor. I will again remind the members of the committee that the drawings are with us in here, and it quite clearly shows that this proposed site is incredibly large compared to the sort of facility that is at Clifton Hill or even exists at Topsham at the moment. So it is a completely different proposition, which is why there's no netting and things like that. But I just recommend that you just have a look through at the documentation and the actual physical planning of it, and you'll see how it fits in to that site. Can I ask if there are any other councillors who wish to contribute to the debate before I call for a motion? No. Okay. Right. Okay. So we've now got to the stage where I will look and see if we can go straight to a vote on the proposal, or whether somebody wishes to propose an alternative recommendation. I don't see anybody, so I am proposing that we accept the recommendation.
Support in the recommendation.
Sorry,
before you.
I need a. I do apologize. You want to propose something different, right? Okay, we'll wait for
There's a seconder for the motion you proposing.
Yes, so what will happen first of all is that we'll have a seconder for this motion. We will vote on the motion. If the motion falls, then it's on undecided, and then we will move to an alternative motion. I think that then becomes that's completely different. What would happen then is we would then go with it being deferred, and we would come back and we would have a new.
Conditions. Yeah.
Right. So, well, give me a moment, please.
So we can. So what we'll need to do now is we need to, or you need to consider the motion. The motion is to go with the officer recommendation. That needs to be seconded, and then you need to vote on that motion. If in that you ask in support of the motion and you want to suggest additional conditions that are not currently in the motion, in the recommendation, we can consider that as officers, and whether they're already built in or whether we need additional considerations, we can do that. But the key thing is we're now at the stage where Paul, the chair, is about to propose a motion that needs seconding, and then you need to vote on that motion. We can take additional motions, but we need to vote on that motion first, or you need to vote on that motion.
Right. Okay. So from the chair, I'm asking for a seconder for the motion that we grant permission subject to conditions as set out in report. I have a seconder in Councillor Warwick. I'm now going to ask the committee to vote on this motion, which is that we grant permission subject to conditions as set out in report. Those in favour of granting permission.
5 in favour, Chair.
Those against granting permission.
7 against.
7 against. So now what happens is that motion is undecided.
It's lost, Chair.
That's lost. So now you need to defer.
Right. So now we need to propose that we defer this, and
Is a deferral for refusal and for the reasons for refusal to come back, Chair.
Yeah. Okay,
So somebody like to move that from the?
I need that move because I'm not going to propose it. So, so it's proposed by Anne Jobson and seconded by Councillor Mitchell.
We need to clarify if they want to. Sorry.
Yeah, so what I was trying to explain, what I needed us to decide on was what we were actually deferring. Are we deferring for this to go back to the applicant for them to come up with a new proposal which satisfies some of the conditions or requirements that you have been asking for, or are we coming back to present our reasons for refusal? So I am again asking for a show of hands on whether or not we are asking for this, which I propose that we ask the applicant to come back, having listened to the criticisms and the comments that have been made, to come back with an amended proposal for consideration. Okay, that is my proposal. Is there a seconder for that? I have a seconder from Councillor Lights. I'm now asking for a vote from this committee. So what we are now going to do is we're going to defer this application, sending it back to the applicants and asking them to consider the objections, to come up with alternative proposals in consultation with the officers. And that obviously will include input from you as ward councillors as to what it is you want to see. So Councillor Lights, first of all, point of order, I presume.
I don't think we can do that once it's been turned down. That's why.
So you, as it stands, just to be clear, you've not made a decision to refuse the application. You've voted not to support the officer recommendation. Okay, so we're now in deferral mode. The question now is, do you want to defer the application to allow officers to go in, draft reasons for refusal? In which case, you now need to give clarification to us as to your areas of concern as committee. Alternatively, do you want to defer the application to give the applicant the opportunity to make further revisions to the application, bring that application back with those further revisions, and then consider it again? So there's two alternatives there, which you now need to decide, you, the committee, now decide which of those alternatives, as we're now into a deferral situation.
Okay, so I will correct. This is what I was trying to explain to you, that having got to the stage where we have not carried the recommendation, I have proposed that there are changes to the application. Okay, members have picked out particular issues in the debate. Members want to give the applicant time to consider these issues, and members want to the applicant to submit amended proposals. This motion needs to be seconded. I've proposed it. I did have it originally recorded that you were seconding it, Councillor Lights. So this is what is before you now. And what will happen after this is, if this falls, then there will be a second motion, and that will be to refuse. Yes.
I was just trying to clarify this because we voted to effectively not to reconsider, to voted down the recommendation.
We voted not to accept the recommendation. That's all you did. Yes, we're now moving into the second part of it, which is now we're going to look and see.
We don't want to get into the situation where we're with another large application where the committee believe they've turned something down and find out weeks later it's been deferred and comes back again. So I think you're quite right. We need the two votes now, or potentially two votes. One, are we deferring for reappraisal, or what we want to call reconsideration? If that is lost, then the motion must be put for outright refusal and report at the next meeting.
Yeah, that is exactly what I was asking for, Councillor Mitchell. Yes, so I have proposed that there are changes to the application. This means that the application will be sent back to the proposers, that they will come up with an alternative, taking into consideration the comments that have been made, and it will then come back to us. So I am asking for a show of hands in favour of there to be changes to the application. So those in favour of that, please raise.
7 in favour, Chair.
Right, I want to ask for those who are against this application to be changed and brought back to us.
1, 2, 3, 4 against. So
And I'm asking if there are any abstentions.
2 abstentions.
Right, my understanding of that is that that has been deferred.
Is it coming back?
Has been deferred, and the application will come back to us with amendments. Yeah. Okay, so now we have the situation where we need to clarify what it is that we wish to be changed about this application, so that the applicant has a reasonable chance of producing something which will be acceptable to you. Okay, so I'm effectively opening that as a debate, and I'm starting with Councillor Asham because you had a list.
Thank you. I think you've probably heard most of my list already. So now are we allowed to put in there that they say they won't have any future development, so there will be no house building or anything? You're still saying no, aren't you? Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Can I just try to indicate on that, and just need to be really clear for the committee and the members of the public. It's not within your gift as the planning committee, it's not within planning law to restrict future use of a site in that way.
Yeah, that's fine.
It is simply not possible to restrict the future use of it. So we can't ask the applicant or you can't ask the officers to impose conditions in that regard.
No, I know.
It's beyond the bounds of planning.
I know that you can't, but maybe the applicant would put something like that in it. I don't know. Obviously, that's up to them, isn't it? Border management. I'd like it to be really clear as to who and what happens there. I'd like it made really clear that there are no herbicides, pesticides, or fertilizers, because that wasn't brought up. And also very clear about the opening times, because there was some discrepancy. We heard, first of all, 9:30 and then 6:30. So we need to make sure that that's in there watertight, please. I think that's mine for now. Oh, and the colour.
So are you recommending adding additional conditions to say a specific plan for border management, that you would add a condition for no herbicides to be used on the site? And I'm unclear about the opening times. There is a condition for opening times. Are you suggesting changing those opening times?
No, I think we just need to be very, very clear what the opening times are, because obviously the residents believe that it says in one place that it's allowed to open at 6:30, but we've got 9:30. And also, I think it would be nice, not just herbicides, but pesticides and fertilizers, please. And perhaps it would be possible, I don't know, this is probably out of our jurisdiction, if the Golf and Country Club and the residents associations could possibly have more talks to each other, and that way we'd probably clear up a lot of the issues and a lot of the concerns.
I don't think that last one would be comply with the tests to be added as a condition.
No, but it was just a suggestion, because they're all sat here and it would be nice for them to talk to each other. Okay. I'll be quiet now.
Yeah, so basically, what happened was that you voted against the recommendation. And we've then agreed that we're going to be sending this back for it to be reconsidered. But yet, at the moment, all that has happened is there's been a few proposals about colour and opening hours and things like that. We need to understand, the applicant needs to understand from you, the committee, what it is that you want fundamentally changed about this application to make it acceptable to you. Or not, because you can still vote it down again when it comes back. But, Councillor Jobson, first of all, then Councillor
I
Light.
think some of the open areas is book 17 in the office report, page 157.
And it says here, thank you, when daylight allows, not outside the hours of 6:30 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. And I think the feeling is that 6:30 a.m. is too early, and it should be a later start time. So it's that opening hours section that I think is one of the things that should be looked at.
Yep, so we need a specific direction from you as to what time is acceptable.
7:30
I would say in the week, 9:30 and 10 o'clock on Sundays.
Looking for any more indications from the committee as to what caused this application to fail.
Can I just, it's very clear planning law is the issue here, and we possibly haven't expressed well the reasons why we've turned this application down. And I think if I'm getting a sense of direction from the chair and his staff, we haven't explicitly said that, and therefore this leaves this application open to appeal, and we have to be clear on grounds to decline what those grounds are. Just to move the debate forward a bit, one of the issues that seems to have come out of this from the residents is loss of amenity. I get I guess in terms of asking the applicant to come back, I wonder if one of the stipulations would be, can they look at, with the local resident groups, a way of reformulating this plan so there is improved amenity for the community?
Again, I'm struggling, first of all, to understand exactly what you require there, councillor, because at the moment there effectively is no amenity because there's no access. And are you asking to have access? What actually do you need us to put into it?
I mean, my view on amenity is we had a chap, sorry, I didn't get his name.
Sorry.
So we had
a chap come along from the community representing the residents who, to me, gave a clear picture that though they don't step foot in the field, it has amenity to them. It's a place of sanctuary, of well-being. You don't have to step inside it. In many ways, just like any green spaces, when you look onto it. Now, is there a possibility that the golf club can work with the community to see if there's a capacity to build some amenity into this for the community? I understand the difficulty of that, but we're looking to sort of make this palatable and also robust.
So I think just to help the officers, but also the applicant, I think you just need to be more specific on that word amenity, because that covers quite a lot of issues. Have you got something specific in your mind that you'd like to suggest that the applicant go away and come up with proposals for and bring them back to the committee to consider? So far,
I don't feel it's a committee member's responsibility to sort of on the hoof sort of provide a redesign or you can understand my position. What I'm trying to say is that this is obviously a site with a lot of value to both the potential applicant and the current community, and that doesn't seem to have been explored So no, I'm not going to spell that out. I just think that's for something after the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lyons.
I'm sorry, if I may, this is a bit of a shambles. I would appreciate a steer from, if you're able to, from any of the officers on valid reasons that may have already come up during this very lengthy discussion that we can then take forward so that we aren't here all night throwing around spurious reasons.
So we have got some proposals from you, which we can ask the applicant now to go away and come back with proposals for, linked to this application for you to then consider. So far, what we've got is issues around border management, use of chemicals or non-use of chemicals. Let's call that a management strategy, for want of a better term, to ensure ecological diversity, and a proposal for opening times. That it's not for me to say that's this motion is being proposed so that you can direct the applicant to come back with proposals and bring them back. It's for you to come up with those proposals, not for my team.
Councillor Johnson.
The noise of the golf ball, whether the soundproofing from the pavilion, bearing in mind its location near the housing, whether that is.
Can I just remind the committee that there is already a noise management requirement as part of the proposal, so it's already in there.
Yes,
Can you use speakers, please? We can't, or mics. We can't hear at all what you're debating.
The noise impact assessment comes first, but that maybe it could be looked at to see whether soundproofing is sufficient that is proposed to allay fears that you've just got your 2-year-old to sleep and then there is a very noisy golf ball hit that wakes them up for the next 3 hours.
So, and I'll just remind the councillor that we're talking about daylight hours only, and
2-year-olds go to bed during daylight hours.
And I can assure you, I walk round golf courses, and you can't hear the ball being struck, which is why you end up with the ball whistling past your ear. But that's not my. Councillor Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think, first of all, officers, so we don't spend the rest of our lives having this discussion, I think that some of the conditions that have been suggested by other councillors are very, very reasonable. The thing around noise, I accept what the officer said on that. One of the things that came out of the, and apologies if this already is included, I think the RSBB recommendation was around biodiversity monitoring and a condition for monitoring of biodiversity on the site. Is that something that is in the remit of the committee to include something on that? Because I think that in the course of this debate, we've heard a lot, and in the submissions we've received, a lot around the site in terms of biodiversity. Net gain is something that, as you said, legally will have to be done. Some concerns from residents arose around that, and I think that might be something that that could be of use to those, particularly of those who express concerns about the Valley Park itself. To include that, other than that, I think the things that have been mentioned so far are incredibly reasonable and a sufficient set of proposals to go back to the applicant with. So thank you, and thank you to my fellow councillors as well.
Thank you, councillor. Right.
So shall I just sum up then? So what you're giving direct advice for is for the applicant to go in and come up with further proposals for issues that cover border management, the non-use of pesticides, the revised opening times, noise reduction measures, and monitoring of biodiversity. So they'll come. What you're asking is to come back with proposals on those matters, and for you then to consider, presumably at the next committee. It's a clarification.
So just to clarify, I did come up with a point about amenity. I don't think it's redundant, and it's for discussion outside of the meeting with the applicant. Yeah.
So that'll be undefined amenity at the moment, and that's what we'll put to the applicant. So that says deferred, so that the application is deferred.
So I will again remind you the application is not refused, it is deferred and will come back to this committee. I thank the public for their patience during this debate, and we will be moving on to the next item on the agenda after a brief comfort break. Can I ask those members of the public who are not listening to the rest of the debate to quietly leave and allow others to come in?
Sorry, all right. Yep.
I don't know, but there's about 12 or more 15 years. It's just too uncomfortable in here, so, okay, so it's just the university.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, we are returning to our agenda. It was originally item 5 on the agenda, 221746 RES, West Park, University of Exeter, Stocker Road, Exeter. This presentation is by this is Catherine, this yours?
Yeah.
Yes, right, okay, off you go.
Okay, so this is the site location plan that was submitted with the outline consent. Okay, so this application was approved at outline in 2021. What we're looking at here now are the reserved matters. So a number of plans were approved at the outline stage. To note that the local policy highlights the strategic importance of the university to the economy and vitality of the city, and the local policies encourage as much as possible for purpose-built student accommodation to be provided on campus. The economic impact of the university for Exeter is significant, with over £500 million gross value added contribution to Exeter's GDP. The proposed development approved at outline involved 8 new student accommodation blocks, demolition of existing development, and a net uplift in bed spaces of just under 1,500. So this application, we can only assess the details of the layout, scale, appearance, access, and landscaping. The current details do accord with the maximum heights and floor area already consented, and it generally accords with the illustrative site plan and visualisations presented to the planning committee at the outline stage. This is the demolition plan as approved. And this is the current proposed site plan, which you will see accords with the illustrative site plan assessed at the outline stage, with the slight amendments that have taken place recently regarding blocks CB and QR. And this is the illustrative site plan that was assessed at the outline stage and approved in principle. The amendments recently secured include the omission of the path and access road to that block in the south. 16 objections from separate addressers have been received to the reserved matters application concerning visual harm, light, noise pollution, overlooking, and highway safety.
27.
So one of the some of the objections also raised concerns regarding a number of paper letters that were given to the applicants for submission to the local planning authority, which we did not receive. In terms of technical consultees, all of the initial objections have now been overcome, although the Exeter cycling campaign does still have concerns regarding the actual design and location of the cycle parking. I can note now that there are 2 conditions already attached to the outline consent which control cycle parking. The key issues I'm focusing on now in this presentation are the visual and residential amenity. As I've mentioned before, the building heights and floor areas are already approved, and the principle of the layout and scale, and many of the technical details are controlled by conditions attached to the outline consent, which are subject to separate discharge of condition applications rather than the application before us now. The character of the site would be retained. The density and height increases were approved at the outline stage. Officers did have some initial concerns regarding the visual differentiation of the character areas and upper stories of the buildings. These have been overcome by amendments and additional information and conditions recommended for this application, which would control materials and external finishes. There were some initial concerns at this stage regarding public amenity space around blocks Q, R and CB. Again, these have been overcome by amended drawings, and the landscape and biodiversity parameter plan was approved at the outline stage, and we're recommending here some additional conditions regarding numbers and species of trees, etc. This is the visualization which was shown at the outline stage and is controlled by the approved heights parameter plan. This shows how the building heights do accord with the approved drawings. In fact, the buildings proposed in detail here are slightly shorter. It must be noted that this CGI does not show the actual finish in any great detail. The application site is the pink area, part of Area C to the left. This is the campus map, just for context. The red circle shows the area which has been approved for having a greater density and taller buildings. The blue building to the top and the pink buildings to the bottom are lower buildings as they're transition zones towards the outskirts of the site. This is a Google Earth image for context that shows the maximum height of the buildings approved. Here would have 96.5 meters above sea level, whereas Holland Hall has 108 meter high roof, and the physics tower, just for context, to the east is 130 meters. So block LB would be the tallest, which has elements of 10 stories, but it steps down to the south. And block JK to the north of that would have the same height above sea level, but only 9 stories because it's at a higher ground level. This is block AD, which is lower than its neighbour in terms of height above sea level, as it forms a transition to the west to the green space and the pinetum. As I mentioned, this building would have the same height above sea level as the building to the south. It would step down to the north towards that, what was a blue building, GH, for the transition towards the north of the site. Again, this block EF is lower than its neighbouring pair adjacent to the right, as I said about the transition to the green space to the west. And this block would only have 3 stories at the northern corner as it approaches the northern boundary with the residential areas beyond the site. And that it would have the sawtooth elevation on the northern main elevation for privacy. So this is block QR. As I said before, we're going down in height towards the south, and that projecting bay you can see on the southeast side is angled. And again, this is a much lower building as we go to the south of the site. You will also notice that the windows on that southern elevation are within a sawtooth bay, angled bay window projection. So Block CB would replace the refectory within Berks Village, and it's much lower than the other buildings. It's at a lower ground level, and it's surrounded by relatively lower buildings. So it would only have height above sea level of 46 metres. And this is Berks blocks A to E, also referred to as Block BG, which is the existing building to be refurbished. This is a visualization with slightly more detail than the one we saw before. And again, we start to see a little bit of the brickwork, which differentiates the volumes. This visualization again gives a bit more context for the proposed, and again slightly more detail. So in terms of the visual amenity impact, we're looking here just at the details of the layout, scale and appearance, and the heights are below those that were approved at the outline stage. And we therefore consider the visual amenity impact acceptable, subject to additional conditions. The impact on the residential amenity primarily concerns the dwellings immediately to the north and south of the site, in particular the northern ends of Dunvegan Close and Elbridge Gardens. In terms of Block ST, which is at the south of the site, the residential design SPD stipulates a 22-metre gap between overlooking windows to habitable rooms to prevent overlooking privacy and overbearing impact issues. In this case, we have a separation gap of 92 metres to the nearest dwelling to the west, and 60 metres to the nearest dwelling to the east. Therefore, the separation gaps are adequate. In regard to building Block ST, there is a window controlled zone within the approved heights parameter plan. The angled window bays would avoid direct overlooking, and the separation gaps are 39 to 48 metres, which is significantly higher than the 22 metres that we saw stipulated in the design guide. In terms of Block CB, there was no window controlled zone applied at the outline stage because it wasn't considered necessary in terms of overlooking. There is a 57-metre separation gap to the nearest neighbouring dwelling. And although the Block CB lies at would lie at a higher ground level, there is substantial tree coverage even in the winter, as you can see from the photo on the left. In terms of the impact on the nearest neighbouring dwellings, there would be a change in outlook, but this would not be considered to be harmful. Private views are not protected. There would be no overbearing impact due to the substantial separation gaps, and the principle of this development is already established. In terms of potential loss of privacy, given the angled window bays, the landscaping screening, and the separation gaps, no loss of privacy would be considered to ensue. Noise pollution would be considered acceptable. The change over the existing situation would not be significant in terms of use of the site. The footpath and road to Block ST has now been removed from the scheme, and we are recommending noise control conditions. Light pollution, again, is considered adequate in terms of the detail of the angled window bays and the separation gaps, which are substantial, and condition 11 of the outline consent, which controls lighting. Officers initially had concerns regarding the impact on the amenity of future occupiers of Block CB, the student accommodation block, and the existing neighbouring student residences, Blocks J and K. Amendments have been secured. Officers are now satisfied that the mitigation overcomes the original concerns. In terms of highway safety, this was assessed at the outline stage. It is a car-free scheme, and the cycle parking accords with the standards set out in the sustainable transport. And as I said previously, there are conditions attached to the outline consent which control cycle parking. The landscape and biodiversity parameter plan was approved at outline. We are recommending some additional conditions for the reserve matters regarding bat and bird mitigation and the implementation of the proposed biodiversity net gains, which are substantially over the 10% guideline, which will be coming into force later this year. The sustainable construction is again was assessed at the outline stage, and solar panels are proposed on all of the rooftops. This will be controlled via a condition we're recommending at this stage, and the new build and refurbished accommodation would achieve passive house standards. This is covered by an outline condition. So coming to the planning balance, the university is of strategic importance to Exeter in terms of economy, education and vitality, and this attracts substantial positive weight in the planning balance. Local policy seeks as much purpose-built student housing on campus as possible to reduce housing pressures in the city. This would achieve that aim with nearly 1,500 uplift in bed spaces, and again this attracts substantial positive weight in the balance. We have undertaken a rigorous assessment of the adverse impacts of the scheme, most particularly the visual and residential amenity, and we have secured amendments and additional information during the course of this planning application, and we are recommending additional conditions to overcome initial concerns. Therefore, in the balance, this is considered neutral. Overall, the benefits of the scheme are considered to outweigh any adverse impacts, and the reserved matters would be acceptable overall, and therefore the recommendation is to approve the reserved matters in line with the National Planning Policy Framework.
Thank you. Yeah, I will again remind the committee before we start going into conversation that the planning permission has been granted. What we are discussing today is the reserved matters. Okay, so I'm asking now for points of information to the officer. Councillor Miller.
Thank you for that presentation. I'd really appreciate you clarifying what amendments were made to Block CB, which made it acceptable from an officer's perspective.
Sorry, can you remind me which concern we were looking at, the impact on?
So Block CB, in the original papers, it said that there were some concerns that officers had, which meant that you weren't recommending it for approval. But since then, in the updated pack, it said that those concerns have been addressed. And I was just wondering if you could clarify what exactly was put in place to address those concerns.
Thank you. Yes, so the officer's concern was relating to the impact on the amenity of students living in the existing adjacent blocks and the future occupiers of Block CB. We felt initially that the elevations were too close and that there could be loss of privacy. So the proposed north elevation of Block CB was set back further to increase the separation distance, and the windows on that northern elevation were altered so that the profile is a sawtooth elevation with angled projecting window bays, such that the sight lines would travel at a 30-degree angle and not perpendicular. So that would mitigate the the loss of privacy concern. In addition, there is a condition that we're recommending which relates to a privacy management plan for students' residential amenity.
Thank you. Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you for the 42-slide presentation, done speedily, may I say. I'm a little concerned about the tone of the presentation, not the pleasant, but a sense in regard to outline planning permission. We are always told when we have outline planning permission, all matters are reserved, don't worry about these, all the diagrams, all the plans are illustrative. And we're now getting to the stage after your presentation of feeling everything was set in concrete and very little can be changed because this was all agreed at outline stage. And I was at that meeting at outline stage. These large number of the points you made not discussed in any depth at all because of this assurance we were given that at this stage you're only agreeing to the outline principle of development on the site to a maximum square meterage of 49,821. We are also given the assurance at that stage, although it doesn't appear in the documentation, that no building would be above 8 stories, and this was reported in the local media. So I'm a little concerned about essentially what are we doing here this evening. I want to do a lot with this application, but by the look of it, as a member, it was a fait accompli, full stop, at the outline stage.
So if we could go back on the slide. Oh yeah, sorry, that was me. There, right at the beginning, there were a number of plans that were approved at the outline stage, and they included the height parameters. So, no, it's back. Sorry. Yeah, thank you. So we can see here there was a heights parameter plan. So this gave the maximum heights, but there was no condition giving a maximum number of stories because obviously there's a great discrepancy in ground level across the site, and within each footprint of every proposed building, the footprints are also controlled under the land use parameters plan. So the easiest way for the council to control heights is using this AOD, meters above sea level. So in some cases, you'll see in these reserve matters drawings that some stories have been excavated, so they've gone down.
Councillor Lights.
You touched on cycling provision. I wonder whether you could just expand a little bit on that, because I saw there were a few points that came up in the original application.
So with the reserve matters application, the applicants initially suggested having a lower than standard cycle parking provision because of the hilly site, and they were looking to introduce electric bikes instead. But officers felt that the standards are required to be met, and the applicants have revised their drawings to show the required amount of cycle parking, and the details of that is controlled by 2 outline conditions.
Any more questions, councillors, before we move on to, oh sorry, Councillor Ketchum.
Just for clarity, because I really find this application so complicated, I just can't get my head around it. You know, it's like 10 applications in one because it's maybe 10 or 15 different buildings. So it's very, very difficult to know what I'm deciding on. Lots of comments have come up about loss of privacy from residents, and can I have some clarity on that as to how they've been addressed? Because there is obviously an issue with the sort of the swinging of some windows within the student area to sort of make student on student visualization, if you like, less of an issue. Have all the loss of privacy issues been dealt with by the public? Because there's a sort of there's a comment.
Oh, well,
Sorry,
Yeah, I
Councillor, I will
just
ask the
don't
floor.
understand.
I want to talk to the floor first of all. This is a committee. You are observers. This is not a pantomime. Okay, no noises off, please. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor.
Yeah, so the concerns that I raised regarding Block C were regarding the impact on the residential amenity of students, but the objections that we've received primarily, solely relate to the residential amenity of the dwellings to the north and the south of the application site, so beyond the application site, not the students. So in the example here, block GH, in the approved heights parameter plan at the outline stage, there was a window controlled zone on the north elevation of this H-shaped building. So therefore, there was no direct overlooking of that northern boundary allowed. So with this building, they have got a low number of stories to the north. It's generally was designed at outline stage to be lower, and the northern main elevation has this sawtooth jagged profile, so that the window bays are angled away from the boundary to avoid overlooking. And this is the same mitigation measure that was carried out to the south. Again, if you look at the extract plan top left, the red hatched line with the red arrow is what I was talking about with the building at the north, is the same with this building at the south. So this was approved at the outline stage to avoid direct overlooking to the dwellings beyond the application site. So the mitigation is the angling and reduction of windows on this elevation, and there is substantial separation gaps, and there is also the mature trees that will be retained and additional planting, which is all controlled via condition.
Any more questions from the councillors? Councillor Jobson.
Was an image ever taken? Sorry, thanks. Was an image ever taken from the back doors, if you like, of Elmbridge Gardens, so that you can see precisely how these new buildings are likely to overlook?
So I wasn't the case officer for the outline application, and that's when all the building heights and the land use parameters were approved, and the principle of the illustrative site plan layout was all assessed at that stage. So myself, I have been assessing the details of this application, and I have taken into consideration, as far as I can within the remit of this application, the impact of overbearing and overlooking. But as I mentioned before, we can't protect private views. So yes, there will be a change of outlook from the neighbouring dwellings. If they look beyond their boundary, their view will be different. But this can't be considered a harm in planning terms.
That's my question.
Could you then repeat your question, then,
My
please, if you
question
felt it
was-
wasn't answered?
Well, my question was, are you aware if there was ever an image taken from the back doors of Elmbridge Gardens showing a projection of what it would look like? I wasn't commenting on overbearingness or anything else, just is there a visual graphic?
Do you mean now?
Well, there isn't in this paperwork.
Or the original outline?
I've looked, I couldn't find one, which I find surprising. That's why I'm asking. I couldn't find one when I looked at the old planning application. And I find it surprising that when the objections are all about a view, whether it's relevant or not is a different issue. but there is no graphic that this committee can see to see whether it is too overbearing for the views of this committee or not.
With all due respect, Councillor, you effectively answer your own question. They're saying it's not actually relevant to this particular application.
Just a quick point of information, just for planning. I'm new to this, so I just really need a steer. Is it right that if a building has been in situ for 20 years, there are some regulations about overlooking that come into play? There have been in St Leonard's, I believe, called Grass Lawn recently, an issue around that came up and was discussed at the committee. Is that not correct?
I'm not aware that any additional restrictions coming in the next 20 years in regard to privacy issues generally in terms of planning system. I'm not familiar with the Grass Lawn application.
I'm not aware of any particular regulations that come into effect when a certain number of years have passed with respect to Outlook.
Are there any other questions from committee members to the officer before we proceed to the section 44? No? Okay, in that case. Section 44 speaker on this item is Councillor Pearce. Councillor Pearce, could you please approach us?
Thanks, Chair. Evening, welcome to all the new faces. There's been a lot of change since I was last here, so I hope you're all enjoying it. It's been a long evening, so you're getting well broken in. I want to start with just a couple of points of clarification. So initially, when this item started to be discussed, the Chair said that this permission had been granted. It hasn't. Please don't be under that impression. We've also had a few technical terms used by people in terms of things like outline, reserved matters, landscaping, scale, layout. So I think it's maybe worth just focusing on a couple of those before I start into my main contribution. The term scale has a very specific legal definition when we're talking about planning, and that is referred to many times in this application, and it refers to the height, the width and the length of each building, and it forms a reserved matter. So that is what is here in front of you today. Yes, the principle of development has been agreed at the outline stage. Nobody here or any resident is disputing that fact. What we are trying to raise as an issue with you is the fact that the height of these buildings has not been determined previously. That is here for you now to discuss and determine. The maximum heights have been set within the height parameters that have been referred to, but that's exactly what they are, the maximum heights. They do not have to go up to this. There is approval in terms of a square meterage in existence, but that could be achieved by having twice as many buildings at half the height. That is for this committee to decide. These things have not already been set. Layout is the next thing I want to discuss with you. That again has a proper legal definition in terms of the planning process. And this is about which buildings, the routes and open spaces around it, and how they are situated and oriented. And that is what the legislation says. So again, there may have been illustrative plans used for the outline application. That's exactly what they were, illustrative. They were not a final approval for the location of those buildings. So buildings, angles, their proximity to each other, all of those sorts of things is for you to determine here tonight. So I think that's really clear, that what is in front of you and what has been decided. And I don't think it has been clear so far from some of these submissions we've had from other people. The next thing I want to talk to you all about is the number of objections, because I was amazed to see that it was in the teens, because I know very well from having a huge number of conversations over many years now with the local residents that many further applications were submitted. In fact, I've seen email chains between residents and council confirming that there were these additional 26 objections that were collected and collated very kindly by the developers. It appears something went slightly wrong and they were then delivered to the council beyond the cut-off date. But as I say, I've seen an email assurance that they would be considered. So in fact, there are closer to 50 objections, many of which are on grounds that are here for you to determine tonight. Some of them were not, but many of them speak to the material considerations of this application. I'm just going to come back now and focus on the height thing again, because this is a twin application, if you like, with the estates team building, which is going to be knocked down and relocated to another area on campus. And we had a similar issue when that came to outline. At that stage, both applications were at the same meeting because they're intrinsically linked, as they still are now. This can't go ahead without the relocation. So even if this was granted tonight, unless the relocation of the estate teams is approved at some future, who knows when date, if it does come to committee next time, who knows, I don't know. We've been here, I'm rambling, but we've been here 3.5 hours already, approaching it. So, and there's still a lot of agenda to go for tonight. So I think the chances of anything else that's on the agenda tonight being heard are getting slimmer and slimmer by the second, particularly if I keep talking and filibustering. But the point in hand about the previous outline application was that we were talking about height of the estates building being somewhat similar to the height of this room in the plans that were circulated for discussion and consultation. And then when we arrive at the planning committee back in May 2021, that height resembled something more like this whole building that we're sat in. It was closer to that than what the room that we're currently occupying. And we were assured by officers in that meeting that it was an outline planning and that the height and the scale and the massing and the layout would be for a reserve matters application later. So I just wonder if somebody could address that point when I've finished from one of the officers, please, why that was the case then. And the contention from yourselves now is that the height is a fait accompli, as my ward colleague said earlier, that it's a done deal. Both things, it strikes me, probably can't be true. So I'd appreciate some clarification on that. One of the major concerns of the residents in this area is around the loss of their amenity. Amenity, again, something that's been discussed tonight, but their specific focus is on their enjoyment of their gardens, their homes that they live in, and how that will be impacted by a huge, overbearing, massive building, very, very close to their gardens, and also by the social activities of the students who will be occupying these buildings. A lot of it, even when these buildings are up, will be a beautiful green campus, fantastic, lovely area to sit out on and tell stories and have a drink and some food with your friends of an evening. But while the students are doing that, while the thousands of students are doing that within a few meters of these residents, that is a very different situation for them going forward if this is approved to what they have currently. This is an impact which I feel hasn't been addressed at all by any of the amendments. Yes, the amenity and of the students has been taken into account, but not of the residents who are already in existence on this site. And I think that's a balance that strikes me as slightly unfair. It may not be a proper planning matter, but I think it seems to be a reasonable point to make, that you should take care of those who are here already. And as I said, nobody from the Residents Association is against the idea of any development here. It's just the scale of it being put in very close to them. So I would request that Block CB is refused by yourselves because it is too close to the gardens. I think there was a very pertinent question by Councillor Jobson, because I've not seen in any of the presentations from the developers or the council officers any pictures that are taken from the perspective of Elmbridge or Dunvegan, the existing properties, to show the huge impact that there will be. I've seen that somebody else has put together a fantastic presentation which details some pictures like that, but they're illustrative. I think that's something that you should all take a look at later, just to try and get a bit of an idea. If you don't feel minded to refuse permission for this block, I would urge you to defer this application until a site visit can take place. Now, this is something that always used to be standard practice for this committee and in fact all local planning authorities to undertake site visits, so you can get a full understanding of what is happening and the impact here. Because they're lovely, they're pictures, I'm sure they're very technically correct and produced, but they don't display any of the impact. The long shots from across the other side of the river, from Exwick, showing the site, again, it doesn't really show the impact at all of what's actually going to take place for the residents of Elmbridge and Dunvegan and Cowley Bridge Road and New North Road. And this will be a dramatic difference to what is there currently, and that isn't displayed very clearly from the photos, particularly when you've got green tree lined area and you've got a green block kind of superimposed over it. You don't really get a good sense from any of the images that I've seen, apart from those that were produced by the Residents Association. So I'd really like you to look at those two options that I've given you tonight. I'm sure you're going to hear in a minute from the Residents Association. They may have other views, but I think the main focus for me is the fact that it is for you to determine here tonight. It has not been agreed already. This is, the matters that we discussed right at the start of my contribution. That's what you should be focusing on. And that's it. I'll just leave that there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. Members of the committee, I'm inviting you to ask Councillor Pearce questions. Councillor Sheridan and then Councillor Mitchell.
Just another quick question. How many residents are we talking about that would be overshadowed by these buildings in the region of?
Yeah, so in the total region of, we're talking about probably, trying to remember how many doors I knock on round there, but it's probably about 40 properties on Elmbridge and Dunvegan. Then there will be additional properties in the surrounding area that will also be impacted. But the number of people in that, I mean, some of them are occupied by single people, some of them are occupied by families. So it's probably around, more than 100 individual residents, I would suggest.
Thank you. And with the overshadowing, or with the, how close is the building to the garden? Like, would it be you'd look up and you would see it kind of dominant looming over you, or would it be that it's disturbing a view, or how close?
Yeah, so that's an excellent question, and I think there are some numbers shown on the presentation, but again, those are numbers in terms of distance that are disputed, I think, and if you came for a site visit, you would be able to get a good understanding of that. The point as well about the overbearing and the overshadowing that will take place is really because of the hill. This is known locally and on campus by all the students as Cardiac Hill. It is like the north face of the Eiger. It is an incredible slope. So that needs to be taken into consideration when they're talking about how high this is, because the Elmbridge and Dunvegan is at a much lower level. So all of a sudden they've got huge blocks looming over them. They may be set 30-ish meters back from the edge of their property, but because of the huge height differential, it's a massive impact.
Right, thank you.
Councillor Mitchell.
2 points, Councillor Pearce, which haven't mentioned, but I think you are concerned about, or have been concerned about in discussions. Do you think the proposals, as currently stated, sufficiently address the issues raised relating to student movement and safety? Because we've got this additional 1,700 students moving around the site that aren't there at the moment, but during certain times of the day. And secondly, it is a car-free development and we've got limited access, etc. But by moving to self-catering arrangements, do you think the plans take sufficiently into account movements by bicycles, electric cycles, motorbikes and vehicles for food and meal deliveries, which were already a pain in certain areas of the ward already?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And I'll take the last question that you raised there first. I think a management plan for traffic movements is absolutely vital as part of any approval, if one was to be given. The huge number of Deliveroo, Uber Eats, Just Eat, I'm not advertising them, but I'm trying to list them all so I don't miss anybody out. But there's lots of these services out there, and they are constant in their attendance to most student blocks around the city, be that ones in the city centre or ones out on campus or nearby, like at Hillview. There are so many. It's constant. There's also a huge number of Sainsbury's, Waitrose, Asda, Tesco's, and Morrison's, and so on. I'm trying to name them all again. All the supermarket delivery vans that go up there, taking food supplies, because they're self-catering, but people still will, they'll want food to be in their fridge that they can access for snacks and eating and stuff. We see that again all across the city. There's great volume of anecdotal evidence to support that. I'm sure if we spoke to our highways colleagues that they must have done some sort of traffic count or future forecasting a traffic count. I've not seen that detail in this report, but I would hope that was a factor, because New North Road, Cowley Bridge Road, it's already an incredibly busy area. It's the designated HGV routes for Crediton and Tiverton, so you get huge lorries on there. There are blind bends, which is the only access point onto that road for a lot of students and local residents. There's constant reports of speeding, which is monitored on a very regular basis by Devon County Council. They have good data on the number of times the speed limit sign flashes. They don't record individual cars, but they record a cumulative total of every time that speed limit is breached. There have been reports in the press and through others of people being caught speeding at 64 miles an hour on that road. It is a very fast road. There's been a number of deaths in the not too distant past on that road. We know it's a really, really challenging area with a pavement only on one side of it, a very narrow pavement, which already sees a huge amount of footfall from people going to and from the city centre and the campus, or the bottom end of the campus down there. So it is something that, in my view, needs to be addressed further. That's also a view shared by County Councillor for that area, a view shared by the Residents Association for that area, and I'm sure many others who, if they undertook a site visit, would really understand the location and the proximity. It is a big challenge. So that delivery aspect needs to be addressed in a management plan totally, but also the access needs to be improved. If there was a footpath through the top of campus, maybe up towards Reed Hall, and that was used and students were directed to go that way, it would alleviate some of the existing problems. So that would be a gain for the residents, and that could maybe offset some of the loss of amenity that they're going to suffer potentially if this is approved from other aspects. So I don't know if that's something that could be looked at, but yes, thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillors? Right, okay, Councillor Wardle. Thank you, Chair. It sort of strikes me on what Councillor Pearce has said. He can't be. He says one thing about the height of the building already being is reserved to this committee, whereas the officers are saying it was decided at the outline stage. Now, they can't both be right. I mean, what do we know what advice was given to the 2020 committee? I mean, presumably there's a record audit on the tapes of these meetings at the time. It was different personnel on your side. I appreciate that there, but they can't both be right. It strikes me. Second thing is, I think a site visit is a very good suggestion. I don't know when they come to put that forward, but.
Councillor Wall, can you please ask Councillor Pearce a question?
Yes, okay. Where do you on what basis do you say that the height of the building is reserved it was dealt with at the outline stage rather than
Thank you, Councillor Wardle. I think it was through discussion at that committee in May 2021. It's also through interpretation of the documents that have been produced by the planning officers here, and by research into the legislation and what the terms actually mean, rather than what they're suggested to mean. As sometimes, because I'm not a planning expert, so I needed to go and spend many hours trawling and trying to find information to be able to come here before you tonight and explain what layout means, what reserve matters mean, what scale means, and massing, because we get all these terms in the documents and they're not clearly explained to lay people, which I feel would benefit everybody and enhance the decision-making process, really. There's a lot of things that are referred to NPPF, I've heard tonight, and I know that that's the National Planning Policy Framework, but only because of, again, further research that I've had to do. And I've managed to find the relevant NPPF to answer Councillor Mitchell's question now, because I think it talks about 106 and point D is provide for attractive and well-designed walking and cycling networks with supporting facilities such as secure cycle parking. We've already touched on that from Councillor Light's questions earlier, that some of that has been done. Yes, the cycle storage has been improved, but has the routes and the network been improved and enhanced as it should be in line with the National Planning Policy Framework? I'm not sure that that's been demonstrated so far this evening.
Thank you. I'm minded to move on to Standing Order 19A, but I will take
just one quick one, just a bit of a stab for a fact. I don't understand what has been pre-agreed, and again, this is a circular kind of thing. Is it the square meterage?
Can you just wait a minute? What is going to happen is, after we've heard our section 19A, there will be a summary from the director, and then there will be specific instruction from the legal department. Okay. So hopefully that will be able to answer your question, and you'll be able to understand what it is. Okay. If there are any more questions for Councillor Pearce, I would like to move on to the section, the Standing Order 19A.
Yep. Thanks, Chair. See you all next time.
Right. Okay. We're now moving on to our spokesperson for the objections, which is Christopher Wakely. Yes. Yes. Mr. Wakely. I will again respectfully remind you that once you've actually started, we shall be limiting you to 3 minutes. Okay, that's fine. Yes, I understand. You're going to hand out. Yeah.
I would like to,
and I'd like
to express my disappointment in not being able to use the display screen so that everyone can see these pictures properly. I'm going to base it on what I say on pictures.
We'll just wait for the images to be distributed. Between us. No, that's fine. Does everybody have a copy of the images? Okay, you're organised. Okay, thank you very much indeed. If you would like to proceed.
Thank you. Very different pictures, and they show the perspective.
Could you please speak at mine?
There we go. That's not like 3 minutes, is it? Learning how to use a microphone. No. Okay. These are very different pictures from the ones that you've seen. They're not as glossy. I have tried to show the perspective from Elmbridge Gardens and Cardiac Hill, because I think right from the outset, all the pictures we've seen have tried to hide the elephant in the room, which is Cardiac Hill. I think this has been masked, this inconvenient truth has been masked right from the word go. So these are more honest pictures. We've been here before in 2010 when we worked on the redevelopment of the Burke's Grange village site, and the planning committee at the time was able to make a collective site visit. So please come and make a site visit. When they saw the effect of the gradient on the proposed buildings, they instantly agreed to changes. The mitigations that we seek today are almost identical to the ones made with that development. To be honest, the openness and honesty of the consultation in 2010 has been sadly missing this time. Information has been very difficult to find,
It's often been late when requested, and sometimes it's been alarmingly inaccurate. Our objections have been completely ignored, both by UPP and the university, who have remained a disappointingly silent observer. It's felt more like a con than a consultation, to be absolutely honest. And our main concern focuses on two buildings. The ones closest to our home, they've both been mentioned already, CB and ST. They have a combined total of 93 windows looking directly at our homes and intruding on our privacy. You can see these on the illustrations. I think if you look at illustrations, well, all of them, but certainly from 3 to 8. We ask for CB to be lowered to 4 stories from the 6, so that it matches the height of its surrounding buildings that also directly face us. We ask for ST to be removed altogether. This is because of its overbearing position. This is what the committee decided last time as soon as they saw its position on Cardiac Hill. From Elmbridge Gardens, that building, because of the gradient, is equivalent to a 10-story building. You can see in pictures, the pictures at the end of the 3rd page, what it looks like in my amateur visualization. We're not NIMBYs. We know this is going to happen. We know the building is going to happen. We just want to suggest practical ways of mitigating and reducing the adverse effect on us as local residents.
Thank you, Mr. Wick.
Thank you very much.
And now an opportunity for our committee members to ask you questions. Okay, so please stay seated. Councillor Mitchell first, please.
As a ward councillor, clearly I've been involved in discussing issues over a long period of time with all parties involved in this application. So I've got a series of questions I'd like to ask Chris. I'll put them all together and then let you sort the order out you want to answer them in. Okay. You refer to block ST, or B1 as it's also known. Can you give us clear indication why you think that scheme for that particular block should not go ahead? Generally, in view of the illustrations you've considered us, could you actually focus for us what are your main concerns about the visual and design impact of these proposals? Thank you. Thirdly, which was partly covered by Councillor Pearce previously, but in relation to the poor visibility in relation to the existing Burke's Village entrance, which is close to your own properties, and the lack of a footpaths on New North Road only on one side, what concerns do you have as residents about the volume of students and highway issues? Okay. And lastly, something that's not been mentioned before, are you aware of any issues relating to flooding in regard to this development?
Okay, thanks, Mike. I'll try and remember those. I think our main concern is why ST should go. I think Councillor Pearce already referred to the fact that it sits as a sort of separate issue because it involves the movement of the estate management services to the other side of the campus, and it is the only building put on a site which is not currently used for residential purposes. The pictures speak for themselves in terms of their overbearing, the building's overbearing impact on us. However, there are other things. It's certainly not about blocking our view. That's not what we're interested in at all. We're much more concerned with people looking at us, to be honest. But if I think it's important that we remember that this site has been left as a legacy from by a citizen of Exeter, and it has much protected status. The development sits between an Italianate garden and an arboretum. They are looked after by the estate management. The estate management fits very well there. It has no negative visual impact and very little noise pollution for us. It seems to be in the right place. We would much rather that it were developed to a higher specification and remain there than that you build student residence on it. It's interesting that when the university put in to move the estate management, they, and I'm reading here now, quote, they said that one of the problems is access to the site is via a steep track, not capable of taking large delivery vehicles and not suitable for use in snow and icy conditions. So explain to me the logic in housing 155 students there with increased traffic of delivery vehicles. Does the university not care about the safety of its students? So it's about maintaining the character of the area. So Mike, I think your second question was about visual design. If you look at picture 2, interestingly, that's a picture commissioned by UPP, which they've chosen not to include in their design. I showed that to a good friend and said, what do you think about this? He didn't know it was something that's going to be built behind me. He said, what is it, a prison? We would like the residents of Exwick to have a chance to see that, because that does not sit well with the legacy of this site. It completely changes the character of the site. And ST is a part of that. But the height of the buildings on the upper part of the site, again, given the nature of Cardiac Hill, the impact, frankly, visually, is horrendous. It's not like East Village, which sits nicely in a valley. This sits like a carbuncle on the side of the hill. You asked me about traffic and highway safety. Well, Councillor Pearce has already given you a very good answer to that. Things have changed since 2020 when the outline approval was given by Highways. For a start, Glenthorne Road now has additional students in it. There are extra students in a school along the way at Avanti Hall. And I know we're not allowed to talk about the future, but we all know that there are going to be additional students coming in from the new Johnson site. Already, that is a major inconvenience to us on the narrow pavement. No adjustments can be made to the road or to the pavement. It's just not possible. Constantly, residents, some of us, as you can see, quite elderly, including myself, have to step into the road when any more than 2 students come the other way. I walked here this afternoon. It happened to me twice, once with a group of 5 students, once with a group of 4 students. They're stepping into the road with speeding traffic. There's already been one fatality. A young man was run over by a car that mounted the pavement. His parents left a legacy of some steel barriers, posts, to prevent it happening again. There were 8 installed, only 2 remain. One wonders why, presumably because cars mounting the pavement is a fairly frequent occurrence. You talk about cycles. I'm a cyclist. It's very dangerous trying to leave Elmbridge Gardens to turn right. It is much more dangerous trying to leave Berks Hall because it's a genuine blind corner. One young student has already lost their life when on a cycle she was hit by a lorry. So there are major concerns about the infrastructure there, the traffic infrastructure, being able to sustain the current development, let alone any increase. It is vital that every part of this plan directs students towards the campus and away from New North Road. Sticking the shop in on the Berks Grange village is a particularly stupid thing to do because the students will go down there to do their shopping. They'll then take the easy route into town. Many do already. Cardiac Hill is scary. They don't want to go up Cardiac Hill, so they go along New North Road.
Can I ask the speaker to actually address the questions that were put to him, please?
That was about traffic safety highway. The last question was about flooding. We see in Glenthorne Road an example of what goes horribly wrong when you over intensify the building and you take no account of proper drainage. The homes at the bottom, residential homes, flood. There's water coming down that hill all the time. Water comes into my back garden down Cardiac Hill when it rains particularly strongly. We have had no reassurance from the developers that proper drainage is going in. In fact, when we asked the question, we were told it's okay, we're insured. That really did not reassure us. So we have serious concerns. We would like to see proper drainage. We would like to see plans for the installation of an attenuation tank, and we would like to know where the outlet is.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the speaker? In that case, we're moving on. Thank you very much indeed for your time and your presentation. We're now moving on to a presentation in support. Calling on Mike Shaw-Knight, please.
Just let me know. It's on screen.
Good evening. My name is Mike Shaw, and I'm the university's Registrar and Secretary. As described in the Officers' Committee report, the heights, massing and the amount of accommodation complies with the approved outline permission parameters. This reserved matters application is predominantly concerned with the design of the proposed buildings, which has been developed through public consultation, design review panel scrutiny, and detailed discussion with the Council's Urban Design and Planning Officer. The result of this design process is a high-quality on-campus development with excellent accommodation and landscape public realm. A significant number of supporting services are provided, including a shop, laundry facilities, social and study spaces, multi-phase spaces, and over 1,300 secure cycle parking spaces, along as electric co-bike locations. In accordance with the outline permission, the development will be constructed at the Passive House Sustainability Standard. This level of specification will significantly reduce operational carbon and follows the blueprint set by other recent developments in the city. The proposed fire strategy exceeds the building regulations requirement, with sprinklers installed to all buildings and 2 means of escape are provided for each flat. The development also achieves a 14% biodiversity net gain, which is well in excess of current national requirements. In terms of the objections received, the majority relate to the height of buildings relative to the west boundary of the site adjacent to Dunvegan Close and Elbridge Gardens. As the case officer's report confirms, proposed building ST is located well beyond any required separation distance in such circumstances. Building ST is also 2.2 metres lower in height than permitted by the outline permission parameters. The development is essential in allowing the university to meet the requirements of our first year in international student accommodation guarantee. Our most recent on-campus residential projects, East Park, Mobley and Sprayton Way, are hugely popular with students when selecting their accommodation options, and we're confident this development will prove to be equally popular. A report released this month by Universities UK has found there's been a 34% increase in the impact on the national economy from international students. For the 21-22 cohort, the study shows that international students alone contributed 140.7 million to the Exeter economy alone. A separate independent economic impact study launched by the university last year found that we contribute 1.6 billion of output to the UK economy, and we support 15,500 jobs through our economic activities and the impact of student and business spending. In a very competitive market for students, the West Park development will help to meet current and expected future student growth. It will facilitate further employment creation and economic activity within Exeter and the wider regional economy. The development will also reduce the need for private residential homes to be converted to homes in multiple occupation. And the university notes the City Council's current consultation on the extension of Article 4 restrictions on houses in multiple occupation, and the university is supportive of this proposal. If your officer's recommendation for approval of this reserved matters application is supported today, we're planning for the first phase of accommodation to be available in the 2025 academic year. The provision of good quality, well-located student accommodation is essential to the success of the university, your university, our university, the city's university, which is a UK top 15 Russell Group university and a top 140 world ranking research university. Thank you, Chair and members, for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm now taking questions from the committee and see Councillor Mitchell.
Just two
questions.
both complementary, I hope. These buildings, as you say, are being built to passive house standards, and all roofs are going to have solar panels, which is most welcome. And the buildings are going to have air-sourced heating pumps. To what extent are the power requirements for these buildings being met by these on-site sources? Are you 100% effectively providing your own power, or will you need to source other energy?
The overall reduction in energy needed is about 72%, and 38% of the entire power needs of the blocks will be met from that self-generation in terms of through those PV arrays. And you may be aware we're also applying for other photovoltaic capability across the campus.
That's partly why I asked
the second question I'd like to ask, which you alluded to, is this development intended to provide accommodation for any future increase in student numbers, either UK or overseas students, or is it to recycle students that have been housed by other PBS providers, because you have short-term contracts elsewhere? So is it to deal with increased student numbers per se, or is it for you to take a larger section of the existing market?
It's a combination. Effectively, our cohort is changing over time. We're becoming more of a postgraduate university, which means that students will only join us for a single year, and that's significantly international students. The majority of international students really value being on and around campus. It's frequently because it's a significant investment for them. They like to be close to the library, learning facilities and teaching staff. And so effectively, it will mean that more of our cohort meets that postgraduate requirement. We have seen really significant reductions in interest in catered accommodation. I don't really know why personally. The teams do an amazing job. The food's fantastic. It's a great deal. But I think young people and people that are coming to apply to us just want the flexibility and choice in terms of what they choose to eat and kind of when and how. So part of this is around dealing with that. There's also obviously some quite significant aged accommodation, and we're very serious about dealing with our carbon footprint, and this helps us do that.
So in effect, this won't damage other existing PBSAs and their viability at the moment. We aren't going to be left with empty PBSAs across Exeter because you've in effect culled all the students onto the university campus.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. It'll hopefully mean that second and third years domestic students will be able to utilise those as well. So it's increasing the capacity.
Thank you. Councillor Lights.
I have two questions as well. First one, are you able to expand on a little bit into the detail of the cycling provision, because I understand that's changed, but I don't know exactly how. And the second question is regarding this image on page 3. Would you say that this is accurate?
I'm afraid I have no idea what has been passed around to you. I can have a quick look now, but I don't know the status of it or the basis. Or
feel like it's important to the debate.
I mean, I guess one of the things obviously that we tried to do in going into these things is share all the information that's going to be seen by everybody, and I think that is an important part of these processes, isn't it? Because I have generally no idea what this image is or how it relates to it. So I have no reason to doubt the colleagues who presented it, and I'm sure it was with the best of intentions. But its status really, I think, is very different to the design pictures that you've got, which clearly show the differences, the separation gaps, the window. It actually defines exactly the distance between the block ST, which was talked about. It's over 90 meters. It's a football pitch. It is a significant gap. It is very difficult to tell from these pictures really what is being referred to. It's a shame we didn't see them before, really.
Councillor Ketchin. Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. My apologies. I interrupted.
Yeah, we did have some feedback around the different types of cycling provision. So we obviously have the 1300 cycle provision. Originally, we were thinking whether we needed to have more electric bike storage. However, that was suggested wasn't appropriate. So we're doing both. Our commitment, I think, is that we'll make sure that we do have the requisite level of accessible cycling storage, as well as the storage that would suit anybody that was able to put it in. I think it's one of those builds, isn't it? As more people are taking up cycling, the kind of the requirements will change, and we'll make sure we adapt to that.
Thank you, Councillor Ketchin.
Thank you. It's just a really complicated proposal, and I don't really know what I'm being asked to approve, because it's just so many buildings. So what I have heard is the focus of concern seems to be on CB and ST blocks, and my first question is how important that is that to you? And my second question, which is very brief, is site visit's been proposed, but a bit old-fashioned. But a 3D model used to be the done thing for planning applications of this complexity to allow people, to get a handle on the issues. And would you be mindful to do that so we can sort of hopefully support where we can, or find critique where we can? The detail is obviously the devil's in the detail, and we just can't. Or maybe I just can't get a handle on it. So my proposal is, would you be mindful of a 3D model?
I think we always approach these processes in absolutely good faith, and we try and provide the information as is required. The sort of the drawings and line drawings are quite stark, but they obviously have the kind of differences in height on them. They have the differences in scale, so they're designed to make things simpler. And obviously the images that you've seen that have been shared on the on the slide deck, I think, are helpful in that regard. The purpose of this is obviously that we will end up with a net of 17 new rooms, and there's obviously demolition and refurbishment of existing rooms. So that's the principle. These projects are incredibly expensive, hundreds of millions of pounds. They're very complex. They are designed really to maximise the utilisation of the site whilst creating communities for students, which are great places to be and which allow us to remain attractive. You've probably seen in the news around institutions around the country who've struggled, who've seen significant reductions in student numbers, and are looking at job losses. We're not just competing with people in the UK, we're competing with people around the world. These kinds of investments, which enable students to come to the city and come to the southwest, but also that allow us to sort of support them. We are able to have a proper management regime. We invest in our estates patrol colleagues and our wellbeing colleagues, in everyone else, and that allows us really to try and help curate their experience. So at the heart of this is enabling us to be successful. This is not an easy thing for the university to do. It's a significant financial commitment. It's an ongoing significant financial commitment. But our belief is that that people will want to travel to the UK and from around the UK, to our fantastic city to get a great education. Some of them will stay and work. Some of them will become the residents of the future. Others will go around the rest of the country. So that's at the heart of it. And I know it's difficult, looking at the complexity of these drawings, but obviously the officers are here to kind of help explain that and describe it. I'm not sure a visit, will make, any difference really beyond what you've seen in the information that you can see here now. Part of the thing that happens through this process is that there are stages and engagements with planning officers, with environmental officers. That there was a question around flood assessment. All of that information has been submitted already. There has been attenuation put in place. The block ST initially started at the first outing as over 6 stories, and it's now down to 4 and 3. So we have listened and tried to adapt to respond to it. So I think really that I think you should have all of the information you need to be able to make the decision based on its kind of strategic import and the fact that we have tried to adapt and change and provide something that's going to work for our student residences and also fit within the setting.
Thank you, Mr. Shawn. I'm saying Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. So, as you've just been shown, we've been handed around these images from Elmbridge Gardens. Do you have your own computer-generated images from that perspective to sort of give us a better understanding of what that would look like, similar to what's on screen?
The team used something called a landscaping visual impact assessment, which is kind of the replacement tool instead of the old balloon test, because the old balloons often used to get blown away and you couldn't see them. And obviously that was then utilised in terms of getting engagement with planning officers to make sure that it was within the rules. I think we have to keep coming back to the separation distances and whether or not they're meeting the legal expectations, and they're more than doing that. I think as a developer, we tried to create as much space as we can do whilst delivering the goal of those rooms. So obviously I don't have anything further to share with you at this moment.
Mr. Shawn, are there any further questions before we have a summary from the director and then our legal direction? Right, okay, Ian.
So it'd be pleased. I'm going to say very little on this. There has been some issues raised about status of the application, the difference between outline and reserved, and absolutely crucially, the status of plans that have already been approved and how they relate to what's in front of you tonight. So in a moment, I'm going to ask Simon, our solicitor, to generally talk about that, and then I'll ask Matt to describe what that means in relation to this application, just to clarify those issues. I just wanted to touch on a couple of other things as well that's been raised in the conversations, which we need to just to sort of cover really. So there's been raised about the number of objections that have been received. We've received 15 letters of objection. If there'd been other letters that had been received late, we would have considered those, but we've received 15 letters of objection. In any event, if we'd received one letter of objection, as long as it was based on valid planning reasons, that would have been given the same consideration and the same focus. So actually, as a planning committee, whether there's one objection or 1,000, it's your job to give weight to the issues that have been raised. It's not the volume of objections that is the consideration. The final point, and please don't take this the wrong way, but I do know that as when you've signed up to being on planning committee, you do take the trouble to go and look at the application before committee. You read the officers' reports, you look at the plans online. You may even want to go out on site and look at the site yourself. That's not always a requirement, but you definitely will prepare for the meeting. So if there's an issue around the complexity or anything like that you don't understand, I do hope that you can come to officers and talk about those issues and seek clarification. You don't need to wait until the actual committee to say that you're confused or you don't understand something about the application. So I do hope you understand that. So I'm not going to say any more. I'm going to hand over to firstly Simon to give that legal position, and then for Matt to just give some colour to that in relation to this application.
Thank you, Ian. Yes, so the position is this. There's an outline planning consent that's already been granted on this site. That was determined at a prior committee, and members have to be very careful not to unpick matters that have already been determined in the outline consent. So just to add some clarity to that, there are, for determination this evening, matters pertaining to access, scale, landscaping, appearance, and layout. That is set out as standard procedure in planning. Those are the reserved matters. What has been approved in respect of heights is clearly set out in condition 3 of the outline planning permission, where the heights parameters plan has been agreed and is an agreed document. Also, there is a land use parameters plan that is also listed in condition 3 of the outline planning consent, and that determined the scale and the massing of the buildings that has come forward this evening. So those are documents that have been agreed by this committee. By agreeing them, the committee has essentially said that those parameters are acceptable. The inference being, therefore, that if you were to consider a proposal that falls within those parameters to be unacceptable, then that would put the committee in a serious position of being unreasonable. And should this be determined at a planning appeal, where unreasonable behaviour on the part of a local planning authority is demonstrated, that can lead to an award of costs. So members have to be very clear what has been approved, and if you were to make a decision against what has already been considered acceptable, that puts a risk of costs on the table. I should also add, just to clarify, that some issues have also been brought up relating to travel and highways issues. Those are things that have also been determined to outline. There's Catherine mentions that there is a travel plan pertaining to the whole site. And one further point that's been raised this evening is about operational issues relating to the use of the building. There is an existing Section 106 agreement on the site that essentially requires a management plan, a management scheme to be agreed prior to occupation of any student buildings. That management plan will include manager behaviour essentially, and a way that local residents can voice those concerns and be dealt with. And also just to finally say that there is already a planning condition relating to flooding, I think, which has already been alluded to, condition 25 on the outline planning permission. So those, to add some clarity, those are some of the things that have been approved.
Thank you very much indeed. Right. So this is it. Yeah. So now I'll start off with you, Councillor Mitchell. Yes, a point of information to Simon.
In the outline planning commission draft, which I've got a copy in my hand, you refer to paragraph 3, which relates to the documents, etc., that have approved the criteria. The broad aspect. Sorry.
A copy of the outline planning permission in my hand. You record to us paragraph 3, which relates to documents that have already been pre-agreed, laying down certain criteria for the plan. Could you please amplify for us as members then what actually paragraph 1 means? It says the subject to the following conditions: approval of the detail of the layout, scale, appearance of the building, the means of access thereto, and the landscaping of the site herein called reserved matters shall be obtained from the planning authority in writing before any development is commenced. I'm assuming that is what we are determining this evening, bearing in mind the previous documents that have already been submitted.
Yes, you're determining those matters, but this planning committee has approved this development and certain parameters related to it. So planning permission has been granted for a maximum amount of development up to maximum heights. Now you're looking at the details of the heights of those buildings, which can be anything from 20 meters high or 1 meter high up to that maximum level, as well as the detailed design, the materials, etc. But the parameters have been granted, and these issues were, from reading the committee report for the outline application, they were discussed and presented at that stage. The parameters plans were listed in condition 3, and the planning committee approved the outline application on that basis. So if you were to refuse this application because you consider it to be too high, that will leave very little room at an appeal situation and likely invite a costs application against us.
Councillor Ketchin, this is a question to the officers.
Yeah, just for clarification then. So we've got the pre-approval. It's the massing seems to me to be quite a salient point. And 40,000 square meters roughly has been pre-approved. What I still don't understand, and I think you'll be able to explain this quite simply, have the developers been offered this as a sort of a guaranteed you're allowed to develop 40,000 square meters on the site, or was it approved on the basis that it would be no more than 40,000 square meters? Because to me, that needs clarified, because I'm not sure if it's a target for the developer to push for, or if it's an upper limit that was pre-allowed to sort of, if you like, cap development at reasonable levels. That's just needs clarified. I'm really unclear.
I can help because the clue's in the name. It's a parameter plan. I mean, that sets a framework or a set of parameters within which you then need to submit the reserve matters, the detail. So if it's within those parameters, it's a legitimate application for reserve matters. So what's been granted is a planning permission with parameters that are now being sought to be discharged. So if this scheme and we strongly suggest that it is within those parameters in terms of the height, then what you're now considering is the detail. So it's not a question of, is it a target? Is it an upper limit? That's the wrong question. There's a parameter, there's a framework which has been granted planning permission. Does that help?
No. It's just not clear. Simon, you're the legal element to this. Can you clarify? I think it's a really important point, and I don't get the sense that you're clear yourselves. I get Ian's desire to sort of.
It's actually written into the description of the outline application. It says up to a maximum of 49,821 square meters. So they can develop up to that amount.
Are there any more questions of the officers, please? Right, okay. So before I call for a vote on this, we have an opportunity to debate. So I want you to be quite clear that what we are talking about is the reserved matters and not about the outline planning permission, which has already been granted. Does anybody have any contributions to make? Councillor Mitchell.
Put it in order and very kindly to allow a debate. Outline approval has been granted. Local residents are not NIMBYs. They're not opposed to the redevelopment of this site. It's issues relating to scale, massing, and impact on the local community that they say still need to be addressed. While students living in this new development stay for periods of weeks and then move on, as has already been indicated, they're one-year residents. The impact of this development and its associated issues will impact the lives of local residents for many years to come. One only has to see what's happened in nearby Glenthorne Road. After approval was given for PBS 8 blocks, the local residents community has now been literally hollowed out. It is worth pointing out that the university even opposed that application. We are here, I think, to consider whether any of the points made by the objectors this evening are sufficient on planning grounds in relation to reserved matters for us to move away from passing an unconditional recommendation. As a ward councillor, the current Birksall village and its students have only generated concerns in regard to antisocial behaviour late at night when students return home or from Wetherspoons. If you walk around the residential area around Birksall, as Martin and I do regularly, one would not be aware of the existence of the present site. It is so well camouflaged and hidden within the topography. The buildings are not visible, and the maintenance depot acts as a green barrier between the residential housing and the low-level student accommodation. When we've considered student accommodation applications in the city centre, we're informed that high land costs influence financial viability, hence the need for 6 or more stories. In regard to this site, the land is already in the ownership of the university. In my view, the issues raised by local residents are valid and need our careful consideration.
Councillor, I'm sorry that you're now asking us to unpick a.
I'm giving my view on the application. I will be making a recommendation at the end.
Okay, please be brief.
All right. I'll try that. The initial planning officer's report in 2021 gave 6 reasons why the outline should be recommended, and they're the heart of the issues that have been raised this evening. 1, this is written officer's report, not writing. The impact of the new buildings, particularly in terms of height, are considered acceptable within the site's wider context. The proposal is not considered to cause significant harm to residential amenity or nearby residential properties. The location is considered sustainable, and the proposal is acceptable in its design and general visual impact. As I say, on all 3 of those, the local residents have a different view than that put forward by the officers. Whether the design and visual impact is acceptable is a value statement, which I leave to members to decide, having seen some of the illustrations tonight. This application came before delegated briefing some weeks ago. For officers, delegated approval. Before ward councillors could disagree, Councillor Morse, then present here this evening, the then chairman of planning, indicated this matter should come before full planning, hence is here this evening. And I personally like publicly to thank her for that decision and for the openness and to allow the public to put their points across. This is a large development. As many councillors, it is a complex development. It will have greater impact on local residents than the East Park one, which has already been mentioned, which in my view sits extremely comfortably within its topography. There were issues for as far as residents are concerned during the development stage, but since it's been developed, there have been no issues from local residents in the area, and it is well managed. We have to get this right for community balance, and for community safety, both for the long-term residents and the university students. To have an update that only yesterday tells us 12 new amended plans came in. You talk about us keeping up to date with these things. There were 12 new documents added to the website on the 23rd, which were given in our update papers yesterday. I've not had a chance to look at all 12 of those, but I've seen the comment by the officer that says everything's okay. I believe at this stage more work needs to be done to address the issues raised by local residents. I would like to recommend that this application is deferred until the issues raised can be fully addressed, and that members of the planning committee take on a site visit as a group, and that a reasonable period is allowed for further comments or any amendments so we can get this right. This has to be right for Exeter, it has to be right for the university, and it has to be right for the community. This is going to be here for years to come. We've got to get this decision right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Warwick?
Yeah, this is my first meeting on the planning committee. I've come to the planning committee and panned it several times, but this is my first time. I received a report some days ago, which was slightly shorter than the Warren report, and which I read and read. I'd set aside a morning, and 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I was still going through bits of the report trying to get it. I mean, we hear from the officer, from Ian, that if we wanted to, we could get hold of him or one of the officers if we had any issues about the reports on the agenda. I didn't know that, and I tried to plough through. And Councillor Mitchell's absolutely right. There were loads of other documents that came through appertaining, and to be frank and honest, I didn't get time to read them. Now, you're asking me as a councillor to sit here and make a decision on something that I'm not fully aware of. My choices are two, and I give you my choices. I either vote against because I don't know what I'm voting for anymore. I understand the parameters thing, I understand all of that, or I ask for a deferral so that I have a better understanding of what we are talking about, because I haven't had time to read all the documentation.
We are effectively in a circle to where we were with the previous application. That I will be calling a motion.
Forward, Chair, we are not.
No,
we are asking for something specific.
I will be asking for the motion for towards accepting the recommendation, and as previously, if that motion fails and you vote against it, then we will be looking to you and others to propose an alternative solution, which we will accept. Councillor Hannaford,
Chair, which element of the Constitution does that fit in with? I don't believe it's constitutional. If you propose a motion, you can oppose an amendment to that motion, and the amendment takes precedent over the motion.
So are you proposing an amendment to?
No, I'm just saying on a point of order, the process has to be, you put a motion, it's proposed and seconded, anyone then can move an amendment, that amendment takes precedent, providing it's seconded, it's discussed,
and then it becomes
and then
substantive, yes,
and then
but
it's
there has
voted
not-
upon.
there has not-
The
there has
amendment
not
is voted
been
on,
a
not
proposal. There's not been a proposal. At the moment, we're in debate, and then there will be a proposal. Yes, when we get there, but we're not at that stage. Councillor Hannaford.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I think the process you outline is that we go to the vote on the recommendation, and then as I'm in accordance with Councillor Warwick and Councillor Mitchell, I would then have to vote against this application or against the recommendation to approve it, and then come back. I at the moment don't want to particularly do that. I would like us to defer it, to have more information, to look at all the points that have been raised in terms of the sustainable transport links, looking at some of the other issues that colleagues have raised, so that we can get this right. And if we go down the route of approval, and I think much of this application, I think, is where it is, but there are certain concerns about certain blocks and maybe certain locations, and I think we should be able to defer, because it almost feels like we're prejudicing the decision almost, because we're having to vote hard against, when actually I think we may be able to work to a solution that maybe helps residents and the university and some of the safety issues that have been raised about the students on campus.
Right. Okay. So we've had three people not actually talking about it, but not actually making a proposal. Can I have a proposer that instead of this motion, that we are proposing to defer this decision? Okay, you're proposing that, Michael? Yes, okay. And who is seconding that? And that is seconded by. Now I'm going to call for a vote on that proposal. Okay, you are proposing that we defer this decision. This will then have to come to a future meeting with exactly the same documentation, all the rest of it, but it'll give you a chance perhaps to read it. Okay, or maybe ask questions that can be of the officers that can be answered, because that's what we do in the meantime. Okay, so I am calling for a vote on the proposal to defer this to the next meeting.
Site visit.
I want a site visit.
They want and a site visit. Okay, so the whole yeah, with refreshments provided. Yeah, right. I'm sorry. We really do need to have a firm decision. So I am calling for a vote on this proposal. This proposal is that it is deferred to the next meeting, and that somehow we're going to manage to organise a site visit between this and the next meeting, which means you all will have to be flexible with your diaries. Okay? So that is the proposal before you. Can I please have a show of hands of those in favour?
7 in favour, Chair.
Okay, can I have a show of hands of those against? And abstentions?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 abstentions, Chair.
Right, so that is obviously carried, and that is the decision of this committee, that this matter will be deferred until the next meeting, and that there will be a site visit between now and then. Whilst I am very mindful of the time and the fact that we have gone on right to the things there, we have still got one very important item on the agenda, which is time constrained and must be considered. So I am asking you all, please, for your attention. We're going to literally have a 5-minute break, all right, for you to get refreshments and things, and then we're going to move on to the Sandy Park.
I'm going to go for a break.
I wanted to thank the public.
Thank
you very much for sticking up for us.
We have had that training is being done. Just not sure everybody.
and reasonably. What has been happening in the process so far is that there has been a little bit of speechifying going on. I will ask you please to think carefully about the question, be precise with your questions, be concise with your answers, and please concentrate on what we have to try and decide with this matter. We are on the application number 230151 VOC, which is for Sandy Park Stadium. And we will have a presentation from Catherine.
Me again. Okay, it's not moving. Okay. Right, so this is the site location plan for the original application from 2012. So this original application from 2012 was approved by committee. The original consent has been partially implemented, therefore it is still extant. Some elements have not been implemented, such as the conference centre to the south. In the meantime, the hotel to the south of the site has been constructed under a separate planning permission. So the original consent restricted the use and said the site should not be used for public performance of musical events. This is a variation of condition application to vary the usage to allow up to 4 music concerts on 17th, 18th, 24th, 25th of June this year, only for an attendance of up to 15,000 people per concert. In terms of the principle of the 4 music concerts, the core strategy recognises the Exeter Chiefs as a national level sports team with its own stadium.
We just had a member of the planning committee outside. I just wondered whether it would just be just important for the officer just to reiterate some of the important points from the beginning of the presentation, just so the member is aware of all the issues.
Start again.
So the original application to which this pertains was approved by committee in 2012, and it was to increase the capacity of a stadium from 10,000 plus to 20,000 plus. The original permission has been partially but not fully implemented, and it is extant. Since the consent was granted in 2012, the hotel Courtyard by Marriott has also been constructed to the south of the stadium under a separate application. The original consent restricted the use of the stadium, and Condition 7 states the site shall not be used for public performance of musical events. This application is a variation of Condition Section 73 application to allow up to 4 music concerts on 17th, 18th, 24th, 25th June 2023 only for an attendance of up to 15,000 people per concert. The principle of the 4 music concerts is approved as acceptable in our view, considering that the core strategy recognises the Exeter Chiefs as a national level sports team with its own stadium. Core strategy policy 10 supports facilities that meet Exeter's community, social health, welfare, education, cultural leisure, etc. The local plan states that the City Council recognises the need to sustain a lively cultural sector. It enhances the quality of life, image of the city, raises the profile of the city, and generates increased investment. And sports stadia contribute to the overall economic vitality of the city. The submitted planning statement supporting this application notes that diversification of the rugby stadium is particularly important following COVID, given that other rugby clubs have been having to go into administration, and holding these concerts would help to generate additional income outside the rugby club season and allow for significant inward investment. Amendments have been secured during the course of this planning application in response to officer and consultee concerns. Originally, the proposal was to vary the condition for up to 8 music concerts per calendar year. However, the amendment to the proposed variation has been agreed to only allow the 4 music dates on those four music concerts, on those 4 dates this year only. 41 representations, of which 36 were objections, have been received, concerned mainly with noise pollution, traffic and parking issues, antisocial behaviour, and a lack of due process. People felt that marketing and selling the tickets prior to a grant of planning consent suggested predetermination. Supporters noted the benefit to Exeter of the concerts, increased income to the rugby club, and also mentioned alternative transport concessions for locals. In terms of the technical consultees, initially these 3 all raised concerns. However, the additional information and recommended conditions have rendered all of these concerns withdrawn. The impact on the residential amenity concerns focus mainly on noise from the amplified music and spectators, traffic and parking, antisocial behaviour. I'm just going to skip on to these aspects. A noise assessment and management plan has been submitted. This surveyed noise levels on Saturday and Sunday evenings at 4 locations and predicted more music noise levels from proposed events. The noise management plan proposes a limit of 75 decibels, which is what is in operation at other UK stadiums. There would be a noise complaints log available and a noise consultant available on the night who has the authority and ability to reduce noise levels as required. Therefore, we consider the proposal acceptable in terms of the impact of noise. Antisocial behaviour effectively lies beyond the remit of this application. However, separately, there is a premises licence which does involve a dispersal policy. The proposed use of the rugby club for 4 music events would be incidental, as it would not interfere with the core use of the site for rugby matches. An event access strategy has been submitted, which is based on the match day access strategy, which has been updated recently to allow up to 15,000 spectators on match days. An extended arrival and departure period would spread the distribution of journeys, and sustainable transport modes are encouraged. A car park management plan has also been submitted, which notes that only essential or VIP parking would be allowed on site. Staff would park at the hotel and off-site parking areas would be encouraged. The transport technical note also clarifies that there has been an analysis of the event ticket sales to date, and this shows a strong agreement between visitor postcodes for the event ticket sales and people who attend rugby matches. However, there are a higher percentage of people purchasing the concert tickets who live in and around Exeter than those who attend rugby matches. Therefore, the proposal is considered acceptable in terms of access and parking. National Highways did initially raise concerns regarding the impact on Junction 30. However, the 4 proposed events do fall outside of school holidays and peak times, and the transport statement has analysed traffic flow profiles for Saturdays and Sundays in June and July, taking data from last year, and demonstrated that the traffic flow at those times is lower than peak and also lower than the rugby arrival times. Therefore, National Highways has removed its original objection. In terms of noise impact, the recommended mitigation, this is a recommended condition which I won't read out in full, but just to say that there is a strong noise impact mitigation condition in place in the recommended conditions. Event access, event travel plan are also recommended conditions. This is the amended condition 7 of the original application, which would be to allow up to these 4 music concerts only. Informatives that we are recommending include National Highways would like the proposed events to be fully monitored, and they've specified what data they would require. And therefore, if the applicants were to submit any future planning applications for concerts, then this data could be used to inform those applications. And the Designing Out Crime would recommend mitigation of vehicles on site. So in terms of the planning balance, the proposed music events would be held within an existing stadium and would not conflict with its primary purpose of holding rugby matches. It would provide opportunity for employment, community and leisure activities and mixed uses, which would support the vitality of the area and contribute to the overall economic vitality of the city, both of which are considered to attract substantial positive weight in the planning balance. The proposal would be considered acceptable subject to conditions regarding the impact on the residential amenity and highway safety, and the events would be held on those 4 fixed dates in June 2023. Any future application would be assessed on its own merits. As such, the benefits of the scheme are considered to outweigh the adverse impacts on balance, and the proposal would represent sustainable development overall. That's me.
Thank you very much. I'm now inviting questions from the committee to the officer. Councillor Jobson.
Thank you. On page 99. On page 99 of the report, the event access strategy talks about a lot of things. It doesn't talk about the clear up time after each event. Now, clearly, the performers will need to move their kit. That will be lorries. Lights will have to be kept on while that is done. What time will residents in New Court and Bishop's Court be assured that the lights will be switched off and there'll be no more noise if this application is granted as it stands?
So that there are operational times set out in the report, which I can't find right now.
I couldn't find them either.
Yeah, they are.
We come back to you on that one.
Absolutely. I do have a number of others. I'm sorry, Chair, but number 2, page 100 of the report. Keep talking about 4 concerts, but on the Sunday it seems there are 2. One from main act start time at 5 p.m. event end time 6:30, arrival period 2:30 to 5 p.m. departure period 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. and then Sunday evening 8 p.m. with a finish time of 9:30 p.m. So are we talking about 6 concerts, or are we talking? Because that means 15,000 people have got to get out, another 15,000 people have got to get in on a Sunday afternoon. Well, that's what it reads.
Yeah, I think that the application throughout the process, we requested additional information, which became more and more specific, because originally a lot of the information submitted related more to the licensing, and actually where the application has been amended now, it would be only those 4 concerts on those 4 dates, and these are the start and arrival times that they would be allowed. They wouldn't be allowed any later. And in terms of the clear up time, the staff would be doing that, and the staff parking is at the hotel, which is a different access.
Can I suggest that these are questions possibly better directed to the supporter of the proposal when he speaks, because he's probably give you more direct answers.
Well, no, there are anomalies in this report. I'm sorry, but the next one is when you look at page 100. Again, the same thing. Gates open at 4 o'clock. But when you look at the Clark-Saunders Environmental Noise Survey 2.4.6, gates for music events at the stadium will open from about 5 o'clock. Is it 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock that the gates are going to open?
I understand that there are some slight discrepancies in the start and arrival times, and that has been built into the design of the scheme to dilute the the number of spectators arriving and departing all at one go. But obviously, we are able to tweak the recommended conditions.
Is it possible to put a condition re-gate opening at 5 p.m. as per the consultant's report?
I'll have to double check the condition wording, and we'll have to come back to you on that.
Page. Yes. Page 105 of the report. There's mention of this 75 decibel level, but it said that on the right page. Sorry. Yes, is it 95 decibels in the stadium and 75 outside the stadium? Because the fourth bullet point on page 105 says that levels below 95 dBA will be unlikely to provide satisfactory entertainment for the audience. So is it 75 or is it 95 with the hope that it will be 75 by the time it reaches the local residents?
Yes, so it's 75 at the nearest receptor, which is the residents. But we do have the environmental health officer to answer technical questions on noise.
It is 95 at the front of the house.
Can we provide you with a microphone, please?
It's 95 at the front of house, and I think the consultant would say it's more than a hope that will achieve a level of 75 at the receptors. It is a noise model that's been presented to us as part of the application, and obviously models always have some elements of estimate in them, but it is a robust model, and that demonstrates that provided they keep to 95 at the front of house, they are expecting to be able to achieve 75 at the receptors. And in discussions with the applicant, which probably more of a licensing issue than this, we've agreed a management and monitoring plan with them that will include some real-time monitoring at receptors that will allow them to adjust levels at front of house if they are not complying with the 75 at receptors. So we have confidence that if you agree 75 as the condition, as is proposed, we will be able to ensure that they meet that.
Can it be a condition that it does not go at any time above 95 in the stadium?
I'm not sure that that's the material place to set a noise condition. What we're interested in is the level at receptors. So I think that's the place where we want to set the condition, at the receptors and not at the front of house.
Page 111, the report talks about the use of the Digby Park and Ride. But the noise assessment and management centre, trying to find the right page, says that the environmental assessment says that the Digby Park and Ride will be closed. That's at 5.5.2 transport planning. For rugby games, the Digby Park and Ride car park is utilised. However, during the proposed events, this car park will be closed to minimise the number of people walking through the Clistheath residential area. Full details are available within the site dispersal plan. So is Digby Park and Ride going to be closed for these events to prevent people wandering around Clistheath and up Apple Lane into the rugby stadium?
So we have the county highways authority here to help with highways questions.
Thank you for that question. Yes, it is my understanding it would be closed from that point for those events.
Can there be a condition making that clear added to the if permission is given? Also on transport, the CPZ. Now we know that Bishop's Court is not an adopted estate. So what impact? Well, firstly, will wardens police that estate during events? If so, and they issue tickets, are those tickets effective, or will, as has been happening, there be no enforcement on the Bishop's Court estate because the road isn't adopted? Just the whole estate isn't adopted.
Councillor Shine.
I have a point of information on it is unadopted, but you can still get ticketed there and you can still report it on the website. You just have to be less specific on the road that you report it to. You have to put Bishop's Court. Sorry. Steal your thunder.
And any other questions from?
Well, I haven't had an answer to that one yet because I don't think that Councillor Ashton is quite correct about that because the wardens have not been patrolling, and that means people self-regulating, which doesn't work. Because these days people don't have the little stickers in their cars any longer. It's all done, so you won't know whether somebody has a permit or not. Only a warden will know that.
Whilst there's discussions going on, can I ask, are there any other questions?
Yeah, just reference, I think it's probably just a typo, but there's a reference of page 117 of the report right at the top to the conference centre. I don't think it means conference centre. Yeah, second reason to ensure that the conference centre is operated in a way that encourages travel by sustainable means. I presume it means the events and not the conference centre. Top of 117.
A lot of the documents, or some of the documents are submitted, do cover the entire site. And then for the events, there are specific events, access strategies, and therefore they sort of interrelate. So the idea is that there wouldn't be a conference when there's a rugby match or a concert, so that the access and parking are managed. They wouldn't have everything going on at once because then they couldn't manage the access and parking.
The heading is events travel plan. The music events hereby permitted shall be operated in accordance, etc. Reason to ensure that the conference centre is operated in a way that encourages travel. I think it just means that it's events and it's a typographical error. That's all.
We'll double check that.
Yeah, well, it's important, you know, that we know what it is that is being proposed. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Just on that point, there are recommended conditions that will go through the access and event strategy with a fine-tooth comb. So if there is a mistake in the report, it would be picked up there.
Okay, Councillor Warwick.
Yeah. So just for context, I should have looked this up online. What kind of music are we talking about here?
I think it's easy listening pop.
Okay, councillors, I would like to move to the section 44 speakers, or yes or no? You want to say? No, yeah. Okay, so I think we're going to go in alphabetical order. Sorry, Marie. Keep.
Thank you. I just want a point of clarification, because when I was reading these papers before, wish I did, it says Saturdays and Sundays, 2 events per month, blah, blah, blah. But when that was up there, it said those 4 dates. So are we just doing the 4 dates tonight?
My understanding is we are simply considering 2 weekends, and that is it. Anything else will have to have a separate planning application. Okay, can we move to our section 44 speakers, please? I'm going to go in alphabetical order and a call for Councillor Bialik first, please.
Thank you, Chair. The planning officer's report in representation from the applicant set out in the planning policy background for this is all set out in that policy background for this application. The policy context is supportive of the application. The development plan is the Exeter Core Strategy 2010 and the saved policies of the adopted local plan of 1996, the local plan review. The Exeter Core Strategy set out in the then vision for the city of Exeter, that Exeter would embrace its role in the region by delivering development to enhance Exeter's position as a premier retail and cultural destination. The local plan review included the aim to create a prosperous city and a cultural and fun place to be. Not here tonight, by the way. The local plan review included the aim to create a prosperous city and cultural and fun place, as I have said. The Exeter Vision 2020 that framed the core strategy and local plan save policy was to enhance Exeter as a regional capital. And that became the guiding mission statement from the Exeter City Council. For over a decade, the City Council's stated purpose in respect of its cultural offering has been to provide great things for people to do and see. Culture has always featured highly in the corporate plan. The new Exeter 2040 vision, signed off by the city's supported by the city's institutions, says Exeter will be known internationally as a city of culture, and Exeter will be a young, people-friendly city, a great place to live, recognised nationally and internationally. Over the last 2 decades, since Exeter Chiefs moved to Sandy Park, the club has put Exeter on the international map for sport. It has brought significant investment into the city, including most recently the addition of the largest hotel in the city. In the process, it brings people to the region, a great deal of pleasure, providing things for people to see and do. In the domain of sport, it provides entertainment and has certainly enhanced the quality of life for people living and visiting the city. It has become a regional facility to watch international quality rugby, as evidenced by the Rugby World Cup in 2015 coming to Sandy Park. The incremental development of the facilities at Sandy Park is taking place with the support of the City Council and has been a deliberate strategy to allow for the steady increase in capacity to be accommodated on the transport network, also for the delivery of a transport management strategy. This has been an effective strategy, and the City Council has been an active partner overseeing the improvement of the Junction 30, the new right turn facility at Sandy Park Junction, and the new railway station at Newcourt. Anyone visiting Sandy Park has to think about their journey, and it does work.
The stadium has proven it can manage capacity crowds. To be clear, the club has to satisfy international bodies that it can manage capacity crowds safely, and it has done this consistently to meet the satisfaction of the English Rugby Football Union and the European and World Cup organisers. Exeter is limited as a city in not having a large performance venue. In spite of our best endeavours, there is little prospect for the city being able to fund a large venue to host most music bands and acts that people want to see. A young, people-friendly city should not be indifferent to this matter. Younger people, indeed, that I would suggest, and most of us, want to have the opportunity to see good bands and acts. I've heard a consistent message over the years from hoteliers across the city that providing things for people to do and see in the city is important to their hotel offer and attracting visitors to the city. There is clearly a complementary between providing entertainment in the city and overnight hotel stays. Our local economy and wider visitor economy has benefited from the steady investment in activity in the city, and I would wholeheartedly support the proposal as another layer of interest in the city that is good for our local economy. Occasionally, the city has been able to support gigs at Northern Hay Gardens, but we know that capacity is limited. Members will recall in 2016, the City Council contributed to the financial support the big weekend, the Radio 1 big weekend at Powderham Castle in Teignbridge. This was a fabulous occasion enjoyed by many people in the city. Northern Hay Gardens illustrates the challenge in hosting events in the city. The council's attitude has been one of balancing the need to provide things for people to do and see, and to do it not unduly impacting the residential amenity. As with so many things, there needs to be balance. Sandy Park is on the periphery of the city, close to the A30 junction along the M5. Its relatively high ambient background noise levels in a purpose-built stadium is a good location for hosting a relatively small number of music events. The fact that the pitch can only be used for non-rugby events is a very limited number of weeks in the summer, when the pitch is scheduled to be relayed and when the sunset times or after 9 p.m. should go some way to allay fears that the impact on residents, unlike with Northern Hay Gardens at Sandy Park, the direction of the stage would project the music away from the residential areas towards the M5 and the predominantly rural areas. For Exeter Chiefs, it provides a much needed opportunity. It has not gone unnoticed by me that Worcester and Wasps went into administration in this past season, and unfortunately there has been some concern in recent weeks over London Irish. There has been a lot written about the impact of COVID on finances of the professional rugby clubs, and I absolutely understand the need to optimise the income from the investment that has been made in the new facilities. The council, like all other local authorities, had to make representations to national government for financial support. And the council is still facing the impact of managing the crisis and the impact that it has had on the economy and local business. Supporting businesses is important, and it goes to the heart of the national planning policy framework to support business and the local economy. In conclusion, I believe this proposal is welcome, one that you can support this evening. The city needs the addition of this amenity. It is consistent with the development plan and the City Council's vision to support a young and culturally important city. It adds another level of interest for visitors to the city and provides things for people to see and do in Exeter. It can be achieved without harming the residential amenities and without harming the national network. I suggest that it is a reasonable proposal and members have appropriate controls through licensing to ensure the activity is managed sensitively for those limited number of days in the summer. And anyway, that's a licensing matter and can be appropriately addressed. Reference on page 88 of your document talks about the consultees. They've been, and whereby a number of the objections and concerns have been ameliorated and dealt with within that document. And I think the relevant objections have been dealt with. I would strongly urge this committee to actually support investment in the future of Exeter in this way. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I now invite questions to the speaker from the committee. I'll start off with Councillor Sheridan and then Councillor Ketch.
May I just ask, you talk about the advantages for young people, especially, you know, but you specified a couple of times young people. I was just wondering, there are lots of young families in that area, lots of them, and I've knocked on their doors, and I'm just wondering, how young is young? Is their sleep not important as much as teenagers having a good time?
Dealt with under licensing control as it being dealt with. Young people, I regard myself coming up to 67 as one of those young people. I may not be into boom, 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 but I certainly do like a good night out, and most people do. I seriously do not believe that young families will be complaining about this in their hordes. I really do not believe it.
Councillor Ketchen.
As I understand it, concert planning was previously declined. What's changed to encourage the committee today to say yes to planning consent?
I was on those planning committees in 2010, in 2012. A lot's changed since then. We're all a bit older. Some of us are a little bit wiser as a consequence. The world has changed. There's been some big events going on. COVID, everything else has gone on. The world has changed. We must move on. This city has changed over the last 30 years. If we stood still, we would not be where we are today. Read Ben Bradshaw's column in the Echo today when he talked about vision of where we're going in the future.
Simply answer the question.
Well, Chair, a lot of other people have said rather a lot, but I will accede to you.
Yeah, thanks, sir. Are there any other questions, please? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Bialik. Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, everybody. Before I start, I would like to raise one point for information, really. Councillor Bialik waxed lyrical about how it was in the gift of the licensing committee to put down some conditions.
I didn't come here to be insulted.
I haven't insulted him. What I would say is that the modest licensing conditions that were laid down in January, the rugby club have appealed them, so they've not been in place. So those modest conditions, and I was at that meeting, have not actually been applied, and I think it's important that members are aware of that. So that's where I'm coming from there. Apologies, Councillor Bialik. I didn't mean to discredit you in any way at all. I thought I'd approach this in a slightly different way, in that I will talk to you about the benefits and risks. This application before you is an important one. It's so important. It will impact on the city at large. It will also impact on the people of the LA polling district. If I start off with the benefits, we've heard some of them already from Councillor Bialik, and I endorse them, and I will probably revisit some of them again. It's widely recognised that Exeter Chiefs have brought a huge amount of prestige to our great city. The club has instigated the Exeter Chiefs Foundation, a charity committed to improving the prosperity of the communities of Exeter by making donations that make people's lives better and to help promote the community of Exeter and the vision of the people who live and work here. Exeter is well placed for so many activities. It's on the M5 corridor. It's got an international airport, a major bus and rail terminals. It's close to the coast and close to the moor. It's common knowledge that Worcester Warriors and Wasps rugby clubs have disbanded, partly due to the lack of income during COVID. Exeter Chiefs fared better, but I understand they've accrued quite a large loan at this time. And it can be no surprise that Exeter Rugby Club have explored revenue streams to plug the gaps. One such project is to hold concerts at Sandy Park. Concert venues provide employment for a raft of staff, which will, if they have been sourced locally and they live in our local community, is to be welcomed. Visitors who attend such concerts may stay for a longer period, and there will be a hidden economic benefit to the city in the form of perhaps retail and hospitality trade. It's like an invisible export. And those are the benefits that I came up with when I prepared my submission. But now I'd like to talk about the risks. If you purchase a house next door to a primary school, you cannot be surprised that for 190 days of the year that it may be a tad noisy at break times. Also, around opening times, sports days, parent-teacher consultations, end-of-term concerts, PTFA. If you purchase a house next door to a sports stadium, you will understand that there will be some activity with spectators coming to and fro, generally during the afternoons and at weekends, and some early evenings. If you're considering purchasing a home near a concert venue, you will also consider the impact that may have on your quality of life. As a district councillor for St Loy's ward, together with my colleagues, we represent over 7,000 residents across 4,000 households. 1,000 of these households are in the LA polling district, which is a distinct geographical area between the A379, Ryden Lane, commonly known as the bypass. It includes Digby, Kingsheath, Clistheath, and Bishop's Court developments. As a member of the many community groups in St Loy's ward, I feel there were missed opportunities to engage with the people living in the shadow of Sandy Park regarding the application to vary the licensing conditions and now an additional use for the stadium. Whilst I do not expect anyone, least of all Exeter Rugby Club, to seek permission from the elected members, it would have been really helpful if the club had met with us and perhaps said, "This is what we're thinking of doing. Do you have any helpful observations? How might we progress our application to win the hearts and minds of the residents?" Whenever there have been expressions of interest to build and develop in St Loy's ward, the developer or his agent will have met informally with the ward councillors. For example, Morrison's, Hammerson's, British Land, the Devon and Cornwall Constabulary, McCarthy and Stone, Live West, to name but 6. They didn't come to ask our permission. That is not part of the official legal process. But they recognised that the elected members were the resident-facing side of the council and wanted to sound out what the response to their proposals might be. Invariably, we would suggest that the company touch base with those residents who may be impacted by a letter drop perhaps, or better still, hold a public meeting. And I can recall going to 2 or 3 at the Toby Inn, which is also in our ward. As the local councillor for St Loy's ward, I've received multiple representations from residents regarding the application before you today. And I noticed online, and we've already heard, that there were 36 against, 3 were neutral, and 2 were in favour. I've attended the planning training interventions during the last 10 days for all councillors, and I'm acutely aware of the grounds for approval and decline of planning applications and conditions which can be made when applications are considered. Residents living on the Bishop's Court Red Row development are dismayed that in spite of conditions imposed by the licensing subcommittee, Exeter Rugby Club Limited have now appealed those conditions. This appeal has not yet been heard by the Magistrates' Court. As far as I'm aware, none of the conditions laid down by the licensing subcommittee have been met yet. Now, the next thing is all to do with all the relevant parts that I've spoken about, and some of them you'll tell me are not planning conditions, but I do hope you'll let me run through how the people of Bishop's Court Quarry feel. The residents of St Loy's, of which I am one, take huge pride in their ward. So much so, I have for 5 years now supported monthly litter picks across the ward, joining various groups who undertake this work, and in particular, the Digby Residents Association. This particular group clear the hedgerows and hinterland and detritus that plagues our ward. Without exception, at the conclusion of rugby matches, a minority of spectators exit the ground, leaving a trail of rubbish in their wake. Light. Most, if not all, rugby matches take place during daylight hours. Any outdoor concerts will have huge gantries with lighting and some flashing lights during the evening, and it will impact on the immediate neighbourhood. Transport. I'd like to quote from the Chief's website. In the transport strategy agreed with the local authorities, it is essential that there is an even spread of supporters, we'll call them concert goers for now, arriving and leaving the stadium. I wonder if we may hear later how this is going to work in reality. Currently, Bishop's Court, and to a lesser extent Digby, has become an extended parking rank for people picking up spectators after a match. This has inevitably meant drives being blocked and friction between residents and drivers collecting. May I ask that a condition be placed on Exeter Rugby Club Limited that an element of the ticket price include the shuttle bus to the various park and ride car parks? I say this as if concert goers are paid for something, they're far more likely to use it rather than leave there at the exit and collect their cars from the local area. Structured in this way, the exiting people may be better managed. Noise is an important part of this. The events are, by and large, for the summer months, including Sundays when residents will likely have their windows open. So many of the families have young children, and getting them to sleep for school next day is part and parcel of their daily routines. Equally, those folk working need sleep to function in their place of work. Most, if not all, of the estates of Kingsheath, Christheath, Digby and Bishop's Court have open plan gardens, which leaves the estates open for folks to take shortcuts on their route home. The Park and Ride residents have reported instances of fans doing all manner of unpleasant things. And to draw an analogy, I wonder, with Exeter Football Club, I believe that at certain fixtures, and we had that confirmed today by the police attend in numbers, and some of the cost of that is borne by the club. May I suggest that Exeter Rugby Club considers approaching the Devon and Cornwall Constabulary and perhaps come to a similar arrangement to minimise antisocial behaviour. And so, many residents are rugby fans and sincerely want the club to prosper, but whilst they understand the club's legal responsibilities may end when people leave the ground, they should, I believe, have a duty of care towards the wider community. The issue here, in my opinion, is the fear of antisocial behaviour and the disruption to residents' daily routines. In a nutshell, it's about risk. They feel it's about threat. They feel it could be harmful. They fear they have vulnerability. Now, I'm not asking that this application be declined. What I am asking is for the committee to consider a robust steward marshal regime, which will be better placed to deter rowdy behaviour on exiting the area. This to include stewarding of the estates of Digby, Kingsheath, Clistheath and the Redrow development at Bishop's Court. That they engage with Devon County Council to ensure that there is capacity for concert goers to park in the nearby park and ride car parks. There is a meaningful liaison with the railway and bus services to ensure that they have the capacity to deliver and collect potentially 15,000 spectators. As a considerate neighbour, Exeter Rugby Club, with immediate effect, begins to liaise with the elected members of St Loy's Ward, who are the resident-facing side of our district council, to provide a litter pick of the LA polling district during daylight hours following any concert or event. Whatever the outcome of today's application, that Exeter Rugby Club Limited can conduct a full newsletter drop of the LA polling district to keep residents informed of their plans and to alert the community to any events that may be taking place. And in conclusion, as a local councillor, it will be a dereliction of my responsibilities not to represent the residents of St Loy's. I see myself as the honest broker to see fair play. Residents and elected members feel that as a considerate neighbour, we would suggest liaison with the immediate community as a priority. What is surprising is that the applicant progressed the project before planning permission had been granted. Some would say this is presumptuous. Tickets for a party on the pitch during June have been on sale since the 11th of March. Whilst I do not always believe what I read in the media, I was surprised to see that this planning meeting was a mere administrative hurdle. I hope you will think greater of that than it's just an administrative hurdle. It is much more than that. It's about the trust that residents place in their elected members to make the right decisions in respect of applications for planning permission. And that's me finished. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now invite questions to the speaker from the committee. I'm not seeing any. Right, okay, thank you very much. I hate to say this because I don't really want to break up the meeting, but the issue that we've got is that the underground car park closes at 10 o'clock. So if any of you have got your vehicles in there, we will have to take a short recess whilst you move them out. Does anybody in? Yeah. Matthew, we're just going to have to take a very, very short break. You're going to have to get that car out because otherwise you're going to be locked in unless somebody's going to give Matt a lift back to Topsham. I'm really sorry about this, but you need to move it now, Matt. Okay. This will literally be you're going to run, Matt, aren't you? 5-minute break and just park it outside here.
is an objector representing the objections, and that is Mr. Kevin Cook. Please switch on your microphone. Thank you, Mr. Cook, and I will remind you that you have 3 minutes, and then there will be questions.
Thank you. Already heard about the 2012 Condition 7 that said the site shall not be used for public performance and musical events. It's been mentioned about what's changed. I'd like to add one other thing into the changes. There are far more residents that live closer to Sandy Park now since 2012. I'm one of nearly 40, 36 I think was the figure, objectors to the scheme, but there are many more who feel this application is a fait accompli, and they have become very apathetic about it. To use a sporting term, they think it's hardly a level playing field. Residents who have objected in writing and verbally will be feeling that they are going to be collateral damage. The substantial objections testify to the dreadful antisocial behaviour, traffic and parking violations, damage to the environment and to residents' property that residents already experience with rugby matches at Sandy Park. And the granting of this application will exacerbate those issues if robust conditions are not included in any granting of this expansion application. Despite what's been said, residents with children that I've spoken to are even contemplating having to relocate their children into quieter bedrooms if these concerts go ahead. The parking statistics that have been thrown out there are debatable, and they will not prevent people violating parking restrictions in residential areas, especially at the top of Bishop's Way, adjacent to the pedestrian and cycle path leading to Sandy Park, which is already a dangerous crossing. This application should have been assessed on a change of use basis, and it should have been multi-dimensional, but it has ended up as a one-dimensional application driven by money and finance. So some of that finance needs to be ring-fenced solely for the provision of robust crowd dispersal, robust marshalling. There is no marshalling whatsoever. Robust antisocial behaviour prevention and robust parking enforcement. It would be in Sandy Park's interest to facilitate and participate in these robust conditions rather than persisting with their perennial Pontius Pilate approach towards residents' concerns. There is no engagement. They don't care. That's the feeling that residents have. They don't care. And going forward now, Sandy Park events, including music and entertainment, are they going to be the perennial soundtrack to local residents' lives, to their leisure time, to the time that they have, precious time that they have? The whole application has been presumptuous. The selling of tickets and the advertising of concerts even took place before the end of the consultation period. It's abysmal. And I hope that if this is going to be granted, that those robust conditions have got to be in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cook. And I invite questions from the committee to Mr. Cook.
Just one. Could you tell me what consultations or dialogues taking place between you and the rugby club, if any, in regard to this application?
We've had previous examples of mostly alcohol-fueled antisocial behaviour, and it's not our responsibility once they leave the ground. They wash their hands of it. They don't have, as Peter Holland quite rightly said, there is no consideration for the residents. We're not just residents, we're neighbours. And residents are sick and tired of being disrespected in this way.
What in regard to this specific application, what dialogue's taking place, if any, between you and the Rugby Club?
I've had no dialogue with them, they've had no dialogue with me.
Councillor Shelley.
Thank you. Does it make a difference at all that, because the original application that we were reading was for concerts over the whole summer, and this is just now going to be for the 2 weekends? I agree with you about the presumption, by the way, but does that change your opinion in any way?
Sorry, in what respect?
In that it's now just the 2 weekends in June as opposed to.
No, not at all.
Okay.
No, because when people move to Bishop's Court, which is where I'm from, and other areas, no search would have actually brought it up that there was going to be a change of use. This is a change of use. It's an absolute change of use. Rick Astley could stand on stage in an Exeter Chiefs kit, and it's a concert all day long.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Sheridan?
When you talk about antisocial behaviour in that area, could you tell us a bit more? What kind of things happen?
Sure. Damage to property, defecating on people's driveways, booking taxis and waiting for them at the crossing at the top of Bishop's Court, waiting in people's driveways, urination on people's driveways, drunken behaviour, grievous bodily harm. There was an occasion where a fan was set upon by a whole bunch of other fans, and I had to go out and comfort the small son that was there, who was shaking like a leaf. My daughter was there as well, had to witness this. He looked like he'd been in a car crash. It's appalling antisocial behaviour, and also where Peter has said that crossing at the top of Bishop's Way is a parking violations, dropping off point, manoeuvring. It's already a very dangerous crossing because it gives priority to pedestrians and cyclists. It's on the brow of a hill. We've heard about the cardiac hill. This is another brow of the hill. It's an accident waiting to happen. And a lot of this is alcohol fueled. Alcohol is a big revenue stream for Exeter Chiefs, and they were very reluctant to deal with it the first time around.
And has it been marshalled? Have you seen?
Never been marshalled. We see marshals there with vests on, going home before some of the spectators.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to address a question? In that case, thank you, Mr. Cook.
Thank you very much
indeed. Now calling on a speaker in as a supporter of the application, and that is Mr. Tony Rowe.
Good evening. I am Tony Rowe. I'm the CEO and chairman of Exeter Rugby Club. And Exeter Rugby Club is a members-owned club. It's owned by the members, by the people of Exeter. I have worked for the club for the last 30 years, given them my expertise and my business experience to help build the club. There is nobody that is taking any money from the club. In fact, which is common knowledge, I've had to inject quite a few £1 million to actually keep the club alive since COVID. And this whole application is being driven by the fact that the club, as has been remarked tonight by a couple of people, the sport was, COVID cost the sport a lot of money, i.e. physical money. We ourselves were losing between 800 and £1 million a month because we were asked by the government to provide live entertainment for the people who were home and couldn't go to work. So just to make you aware of that. The club is 150 years old, and we've been at Sandy Park for the last 17 years. Our home is Sandy Park, which apart from being the premier conference and banqueting centre within the West Country, it's also a purpose-built stadium. It's designed to hold thousands of people and in an environment where it has purpose-built amenities, toilets, outlets, food outlets, drink outlets, first aid facilities, and being the stadium in its design actually encapsulates a lot of the noise that is generated within the stadium. Okay, Sandy Park currently has a safety certificate and a license for 15,000 people. We regularly have crowds in excess of 12,000 people. and our application is to hold music events there on the pitch, and to do this, we need to vary condition 7 of our existing planning permission. We have noted and listened to the concerns of our neighbours with regard to travel and the noise that these concerts may cause. We have liaised closely with the National Highways, Devon County Highways, to devise a workable access strategy plan based around using our 17 years experience of traffic management in and around Sandy Park. We have listened to and worked with the environmental health officer to alleviate her concerns, and we have devised an event management plan that will monitor the event live, so that we can take any action needed to stay within the permitted noise levels.
Thank
To
you,
this
Mr.
end,
Rowe. Thank you, Mr. Rowe. Just a moment. There'll now be questions from the committee, which hopefully will give you an opportunity to bring in some of your other points, but that's your allotted time in front of us. I'm sorry. I'm now inviting questions from the committee, starting with Councillor Jobson.
Thank you. You'll recall that one of the conditions that the licensing application in the decision notice was that at least 2 months prior to an event, written notice shall be provided to local residents within at least a 1 mile radius of the premises. That would take in both Bishop's Court and the New Court estates, possibly others. The Residents Association, placed on social media, and the licence holder's website, which will include the date, time and nature of the event and details of a dedicated noise complaint line which will be manned and responded to throughout the event. Has that been done?
we have hand delivered notice to all the residents within that mile radius.
Did it have the designated complaint line on it?
I cannot be sure of that. Yes, it did. Yes.
Well, a lot of the residents don't seem to have received it. In Bishop's Court area, you just heard Mr. Cook. He's heard nothing.
Well,
and it's not on your website, because I looked today. There is no dedicated line easily accessible on your website.
It is on the website, and we engaged with a company that we paid to.
I'm sorry, no responses from the floor.
Yes, I'm being told it is on the website.
Well, it's not very easy to find on the website, and I tried a lot of different ways to find it.
Councillor, these are licensing
yes.
issues and not planning issues. Can you please ask the
yes.
ask the
Litter,
question?
would you agree to arrange for a litter pick within 24 hours of each event?
Yes, we don't have a problem with that.
Right. And can you confirm the Sunday events? Are they for 2 lots of 15,000 people or 1 lot of 15,000 people?
Currently, the forecast is we'll probably only have about 5,000 people at these events, and we're using these events as trial events. Okay, and there is one event on the Saturday, one on the Sunday. Okay, so it's 2 consecutive weekends, 1 event on the Saturday, 1 on the Sunday, and in line with our negotiations, we will encourage people to get there early, around about 4 o'clock. So we have staggered entry. And
Well, your environmental assessment says the gates will open at 5 o'clock. Would you be prepared to agree a condition that gates open at 5 o'clock?
yeah, we don't have a problem with that. Yes, I mean,
Right. Okay. And would you agree to a condition that there shall be no fireworks or other
we're not planning
well,
fireworks.
no, but a lot of these acts bring fireworks, laser shows, strobe lighting.
If I can just make a point that it is in June, okay. I'm not quite sure, but I think you'll find that the lighting, that is still light.
Not at 10:30.
Well, 10:30 is right at the end. I mean, I think you'll find it's still light till 10 o'clock. And we don't envisage any fireworks at all.
Right, so you'd agree a condition to make sure that doesn't happen, so that the performers are aware of that.
Well, if there is a condition, we will make the performers aware of it.
Good,
Yes.
thank you. And
Bishop's Court is a problem because it's not adopted. Would you put marshals on the junction, at least, of Apple Way and Bishop's Court to prevent people who do not have residence parking permits entering that estate? You'll have to take it on trust a bit, I accept, because people don't always have a visible permit these days.
We have no authority outside of Sandy Park. We have no authority whatsoever.
Well, you can ask nicely.
Yeah.
Somebody in a high-vis jacket saying, "You're not allowed to park here, sir, unless you have a residence parking permit," is all I'm talking about.
I can discuss that with my management team.
And it is right, isn't it, that Digby Park and Ride is not going to be open for these events?
I believe until it is opened.
Right. Well, your environmental assessment strategy says it is not, and that is my concern. That just as with the licensing committee, this seems to be all a bit hodgepodgey, and we get a little bit here and a little bit there, and we don't really quite know what it is that everyone's after. But if your environmental assessment says it's closed, then you're happy that it should be closed.
I'm quite happy for that. Yes, I mean, if you want, because we have shuttle buses running people to car parks that we've agreed and arranged.
And is that all going to be free? Shuttle buses, are they free?
The shuttle buses are free.
Right, Park and Ride, is that free?
We are not allowed to use the park and rides.
No. Well, you're having shuttle buses coming in from somewhere. You're talking about Grenadier Way, I think is one of the sites. Is parking there free? And is the shuttle bus going to be free?
The parking, to pay for parking, okay, a voluntary pay for parking, okay, and the shuttle buses are free.
Right.
We're not allowed to park in the park and ride. We're not allowed to encourage people to park in the park and ride.
So the voluntary parking in Grenadier Way, so if people don't want to pay, they can still park there.
You can do, yeah. I don't have an issue with it.
Right. Because the one way of encouraging people not to park on residential roads where they shouldn't be parking, but they take no notice of the little notices that Devon County Council put up, is to make it free. So you wouldn't have a problem if the Grenadier Way and any other park was free, and the shuttle buses would be free. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dobson. Yeah. Okay, I can ask, are there any other questions from councillors? Councillor Sharon.
Thank you. I was just curious as to why the tickets had been on sale since March when we're only making a decision today.
So I'm just going to interfere, so that is not a planning issue.
Well, it kind of is, because it shows predetermination on
No,
our
it
part a
doesn't,
little bit.
because if we don't agree, then the concert doesn't happen, does it? So the issue of the ticket sold is not our responsibility.
All right.
You see, a committee, you need to literally treat it as if that doesn't exist. You have to ignore those posters. You have to ignore all the signage relating to the concerts happening, because the concerts don't happen unless you grant planning permission. Okay, so, and that is what the purpose of this meeting is. So please, it's exactly like a retrospective planning permission. Sometimes people do things, they don't realise they need planning permission, and then they apply it. When you consider it and the planning committee, you do not look at the building that's there, you look at the application. This is an application, and you're judging the application.
Can I just say that when those flyers are put round, it's quite disconcerting for residents who thought that this wasn't going ahead, suddenly to have it go ahead and to have it in writing and it's going ahead. And I think that's the problem, that it doesn't show good faith if you're already kind of putting this out. It doesn't show that you're actually waiting for a result, does it?
Yeah, but then again, if I'm just talking about the fact that we're a planning committee and that is something that you ignore. It's exactly as if, if you're a jury member, you are asked to ignore anything that you see in the written media. So that is the situation that we're in on this planning committee. Okay.
Right. There's one now. Questions,
please, to Mr. Rowe.
It's already addressed in terms of conditions about doing a litter pick. I think that will go to hopefully assuage the residents to some respect. We've talked about noise, and that's a technical issue that I would trust the council to monitor going forward. It does leave the issue of antisocial behaviour present. You've mentioned you have no jurisdiction, of course, outside the Sandy Park, so that's very clear. Can I ask, and I'd like to be guided by the officers if this is not sort of technically feasible, but would you be happy, as has been suggested already, to fund a police presence to sort of manage this this experiment, if you like, and to kind of assuage the residents and to look that we can all move forward together as a community?
If I could just, the people coming to these concerts will be totally different people to the people who come to rugby. Do you understand? I mean, the people come to rugby. They come there they come there to enjoy the rugby, whatever. And it's very much a big social event, and there is alcohol involved, and sometimes too much alcohol. But you will find the people coming to concerts are different people. There'll be different people, and we don't envisage the same sort of issues that you would get after a rugby game. We think predominantly it'll be females.
Hey, can I ask members of the committee, do you have any more questions for Mr. Rowe? Mr. Rowe, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Calling on the director now to sum where we are in the proceedings.
So I'll try and be brief, conscious of the time. I've already missed my train to get home tonight, so I'm looking for a bed. There's been some issues raised of a very technical nature, and I'll try to run through those really quickly. But we have got legal officers and our environmental health officer as well to also add in. So I'll just go through them in order. What you've got in front of you tonight is a proposal to vary a condition on an existing planning permission. That condition is simply to allow pop concerts for 4 nights over 2 weekends over the summer. Now that in itself gives you quite a unique opportunity and gives the technical people a unique opportunity to actually in real time monitor and judge the impacts that will have. So what's happened so far is that the technical officers from within this council, from within Devon, and from within the National Highways Agency have looked at all of the issues around transport and noise and disturbance, and they've come to a very clear view. There's been a very thorough technical assessment, and that view is that there would be no significant harm resulting from these 4 events. So that gives you comfort, or should give you comfort, that it's acceptable to allow this trial to take place over these 4 nights, over these 2 weekends, and then that data can then be assembled. So rather than relying on computer modelling, it's real data. And should the rugby club decide in the future it wants to carry on putting on concerts at the rugby stadium for longer periods, maybe over more nights, this committee, when it considers those new applications, because it will require fresh planning applications, can consider all of that real-time data, and you'll be in a much better place then to judge whether those events can carry on a more permanent basis. Okay. There's also been a lot of discussion tonight about various conditions. So should the committee decide to grant this approval tonight, what would be the conditions that could be applied? So there's a lot of detail in those conditions. What I would recommend that the committee consider, if you're minded to grant approval tonight, but you're concerned about the list of current conditions that are in the draft report, to grant delegated authority to me and my officers then to review all the conditions that are currently in the report and update them as necessary and relevant to planning legislation. So there's a lot of legislation and guidance and regulations that cover what is a legitimate issues to be considered under planning. So we can review that and review your areas of concern. And if you're minded to grant authority for us to update those schedules. Okay. The last thing I wanted to say is that there's also been lots of discussion about licensing. So licensing and planning are separate regimes. They cover different things in different ways, and the two regimes act independently. So one thing doesn't give comfort to the other, but they do work together. However, we can differentiate between what is issues for the licensing and what are issues for planning. Again, that would be part of that consideration if you're minded to look at the conditions. We have got an environmental health officer with us tonight who understands some of those issues. If you've got any more detailed issues about what is and isn't planning, what is dealt with by licensing, what may have happened at the licensing committee, you're quite welcome to ask her. All I'm suggesting is that irrespective of what's happened at licensing, it's a separate thing. What you're here to consider is the planning issues that are relevant to the application. So in finishing that, what says your officers and the team here, also Devon County in terms of the highways and the government's National Highways Agency have assessed those issues, and they've come to a really clear conclusion that there isn't any significant harm. But as I say, there's an opportunity also, if you're minded to approve this application, to judge that in real time when all the data is gathered, so that if and when further applications come forward, you've got even better data to judge it.
Thank you, Director. So now we're going to go for questions to the officers. So starting off with Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you for that clarification. I think that was helpful, very helpful, shall I say. So does that imply that there's going to be an officer-led monitoring team attending these events to gather this evidence? Or are you only relying on data given to you that's physically by a third party? If there is, I think it should be jointly done with licensing, and the only outside body you've not mentioned between highways is the police, about policing an event like this. And I think we would, as a member of the committee, would welcome a report after this event of the views of the various authorities about how well it went, or the issues that arose from it that we might need to address in future. And I think that should be included in the minutes if that is what's going to happen.
So I'll defer most of that to my environmental health colleague, just to say that I think that if and when the rugby club decide to come back with a further application, all that information that would be gathered would be brought into that. I think it would be strange, I think, for us to bring a report back without something to go with it, i.e. an application. So at the appropriate time, I would say all of that information. In terms of what information is gathered, by whom and for what purpose, I think I'm going to have to defer to my colleague on that.
So,
it would not be unusual for us in environmental health and my colleagues, the licensing officers, to be out working when these sorts of events are taking place. And also there would be evidence gathered by Science Department themselves in terms of the complaints and the noise data that they gather in response to those complaints, and any complaints that come through to us after the event. So there would be a whole package of information that we would have available. The noise management plan submitted by the applicant does include provision for post-event reporting as well. So they have acknowledged that there's that need to learn from what they do. Exactly who will be out, what nights and when, I can't tell you. But we would be able to provide some evidence to support our response to a further application.
Councillor Ketchy.
Can I have some guidance as to whether this sets precedence for this not having to come back to the planning committee if future concerts are required?
So I can answer that one. So no precedents will be set. This is a very specific application to vary condition on an existing consent in a very specific way. So it literally is for 4 nights over 2 weekends. So if the rugby club decide in the future it wants to carry on doing concerts, it would need to come back with a fresh application, and that will be considered again on its merits, with the advantage, of course, of having that real-time data.
Any more questions for the councillor? Councillor Jobson.
For clarification, we can put in a condition about the times the gates open and they close, can we?
I believe there is already a condition that relates to that. If it needs updating and amending, we'll review that.
I think it should be clear that the gates open at 5, which is what their own environmental assessment says. And I would still suggest, because there hasn't been any real clarity about how long the rigs are going to be taken to be packed up and gone, that the end time is brought forward by half an hour to 10 o'clock and to 9 o'clock, so that by 11 o'clock on a Saturday and by 10:30 latest on a Sunday, the lights will be off, all the noise will be gone, and people can.
So I hear what you're saying. We could continue that discussion. I think that there's a lot of issues that go into understanding what is and isn't you're able to condition on a planning application. So if this committee is minded to grant this application, I would also suggest, given the discussion around conditions, it's also able to grant me delegated authority in my team to go away and update the conditions. We're hearing what you're saying about the various areas. We have to consider those alongside the rules and regulations that govern what you can apply planning conditions to. We also have to consider that in relation to the licensing regime, which is a separate regime and which we can't duplicate under planning. So we'd look at the whole thing in the round, but what we can apply in planning, we'll review. I don't want to give you a definitive answer, anything specific, because that's not allowing me and my team to go away and review it.
That I understand. But the difficulty is if we approve the application in the hope that there are going to be stringent conditions, and then we discover that there aren't stringent conditions, our only alternative is to vote against this evening. Now, that will be a detriment to the rugby club because they won't be able to hold the event. So all we're really saying is you've heard, this isn't just a few residents. There are 400 or 500 homes in New Court and Bishop's Court and Digby that are going to be adversely affected by this, significantly adversely affected by this. And all we are seeking is to enable them to get their 4 concerts that they have pre-planned and presumably paid for, that they can go ahead, but with some pretty strict conditions. Is there ability to condition in about fireworks and that sort of thing?
I was about to say, if there's a question on any of that, you just answered that question. There was a question. I think what I wouldn't want the committee to go away with a misunderstanding that there are already some very stringent conditions that are set out in your officer's report. Some of those conditions require further information, further adherence to detailed management plans, etc. What I'm suggesting, if you're minded to grant me the delegated authority to review all of that in light of what the areas of concern that you've been raising tonight, review all of that against what the rules and regulations are about what can and can't be imposed reasonably as a planning condition, and actually update the schedule. What I don't want to do is commit myself and my officers to specifics without the opportunity to review that properly, in the office, if you like, when we've got all the information in front of us.
circular argument. No need to go there again.
So, can we move to Councillor Hannaford, please?
Chair, so on page 115, under licence, and we're told in here that the licence separate process is not complied with material consideration with regard to this application. However, what was the recommendation of our licensing committee? Because I understand that wasn't around the operational times of the concert, and we've been told tonight that I think that the rugby club has appealed that, and that's now with the magistrates court. So are we in intent agreeing operational times here that don't sit in line with our licensing, which has now been appealed and is sitting at a magistrates court? What is the legal view on this?
So I'm going to be really strict on this. I'm not taking questions about the licensing process. It's not relevant to this consideration. We have got somebody who's familiar with the licensing regime and what has and hasn't happened with licensing. As far as I understand that license is in fact in operation. It hasn't been taken away. There is a process that's going on to review some of that from various viewpoints, but there is a license that's been granted and it is in place. But irrespective of that, that is not a consideration for this committee. What this committee needs is the planning issues and how they relate to the application that's in front of you. So I'm not prepared to take questions on a licensing process.
Even when it relates to the operations of these events?
I think there's only so many ways you can say the same thing. The licensing regime and the planning regime work separately. They're independent of each other, and the outcomes, and they look at the same issue in different ways. They complement each other, but they work independently. So what we can't do is impose a licensing issue on a planning permission. In the same case, the licensing committee can't impose something that's a planning issue. They have to work together, but they are independent.
All right, I think I'm going to go to Marina, please.
Thank you. Are you able to tell DCC that they need to send help on those nights? Because they will go out if they're for rugby matches when they know they're coming up. So if they know that these are coming up, they will hopefully send some enforcement people. And if you don't, I will.
So we've got somebody from DCC here to handle whether he wants to comment on that.
I don't know if I can comment on that because that will be dealt with by a completely separate department to the team that I work in. What I can do is potentially take that away to discuss to see what would be technically possible there if, as has been suggested by Ian, you delegate authority to him and his officers.
Councillors, members of this committee, I want to ask now if Councillor Mitchell, yes, sorry.
One follow-up from what Ian was saying. Quite clearly, there are licensing issues, and there are planning issues, and there are other issues that don't feed into either category, which have been discussed this evening. But it was clear to me from Mr. Rowe's presentation to us that he was reasonable and open to discussion and debate on some of the issues which may not be licensing and may not be planning. And I'm just wondering, will a further dialogue take place between the planning team and the applicant so that some of these other issues which are not planning, might be considered, might be put forward by Mr. Rowe, not necessarily put into the agreement, but have an understanding that they're going to occur?
So there's been considerable dialogue already between my team and the rugby club, as well as with Devon Highways and with National Highways, and also with our own environmental health. So there's been huge amount of dialogue with regards to where we are tonight. There'll always be a need to sort of continue that dialogue in discharging conditions. In this case, if you're minded to allow me to formulate and review conditions and formulate new ones, there'll always be that dialogue. It has to be limited to what we can legitimately manage and control as a planning authority. But what I can't commit to, and I won't commit to, is going outside of that. If the rugby club voluntarily wants to submit information or assurances, that's for the rugby club. That's not for me as director of city development here to require that, because that was stepping outside of what we're statutorily, legally able to do as a city council.
Committee, with your agreement, I would like to formulate therefore a slight modification to the proposal that we are granting permission subject to the conditions as set out in the report and granting Ian Corrington authority to continue to negotiate and develop those conditions to address all the concerns raised this evening. Is that agreeable in terms?
Just one caveat, if I may, sorry, Chair. Provided also that they are within regulations that govern planning conditions and don't stray into other areas, either licensing or other. Simon?
I'd just say it might be helpful for you to perhaps outline just some of those areas. I appreciate there's been a couple of different things put forward. I think it might be helpful just in bullet point form just to highlight what those three or four issues might be.
Asking me to do that.
Well,
so I think that there's areas around stadium management and control in relation to the opening times, in relation to the activities in and around the stadium, in relation to parking and control, in relation to the noise and the impacts of that, how that is managed and controlled, in relation to litter. Anything else have I missed? Yeah, event, the whole event management sort of, there is an event management plan which we can look at and see whether that needs strengthening. Parking, did I say parking? Transport, yeah. Another one.
Can I just ask, Ian?
I hope somebody's taking notes by this time, because I'm not.
That if we delegate these decisions to you, can they be agreed with the chair?
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm happy with that.
Yeah, and also therefore, if that is to be the case, then I would expect emails and messages from you as to what points you want to see covered. Okay. Right, members, I'm proposing that we have a formal vote on the motion in front of you, slightly amended so that Ian Collison will have delegated authority to modify the conditions, but we are granting permission subject to the conditions as set out in the report, and that includes all of the requirements that are in here. We're not removing or reducing any of those. Okay, so I'm now asking for those in favour. I need a second. Sorry, I'm now getting to the other. Councillor Miller is seconding that proposal. I do apologise, it is getting a bit late. Yes. So can I ask for those in favour of that proposal? Can you please give a clear indication?
In favour, Chair.
Is there anybody against?
Two against.
And are there any abstentions?
No.
Okay, obviously we have more than run out of time, and we still have items on the agenda. Those items are moving on to our reserve date. Our reserve date is what, Ian?
12th of June.
The 12th of June. Okay, it should already be in your calendars, but we are continuing this on the 12th of June. I want to thank all of the members of this committee for your patience and forbearing during this. I want to thank the members of the public who have stayed on this, and thank you all for making my first planning meeting so memorable.